58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. Copyright.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinten. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirá siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico, dicen que invento lo del engaño. Y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar. Solo así podrás brillar.
Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo,
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás encuesta pal. Político en vez de patrullas en vez de camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el cerro sobrino pero bueno de un primo hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culos, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. A tu educación en camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la fruna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. ¿Qué? Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación. Con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo. Pues miró, hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. CPF.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach. ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Look at me, man. Here we go. All right, fam. So I was having issues with the sound here. I hope you guys can hear me now. My apologies. Now, with all of that considered, all that time wasted, let's just begin. This is a continuation of my process. You know me, I am methodical, and I go through slice and word for word. Hey, the brother and sister that's listening, I appreciate you, bro, because I quite frankly don't give a fuck if it's 0, 1, 2, or 3. I appreciate those that watch, 5, 6, 7. Sometimes they're like 17, sometimes they're like 20 every now and then. But I started this channel 3 years ago, and there was 1 or 2 people following for like 6 months. So trust and believe that having one person watch, it's not going to deter from my movement. So now, from the beginning and what I said in many, many other classes, we talked about the propaganda concept. This nation of people wants and demands the mind to be manipulated and being molded into what they want. Okay, so let's get this glimpse once more because I showed you yesterday, but let's understand it fully. All right, let's begin.
Predicted in their belief. And so, to Jack's point about using some of the lie detection technology, particularly for eyewitnesses, not only can we put information in without blowing up your brain, we can put it in and then you can believe it so sincerely that the problem is you can testify to that effect. And in fact, we've seen this.
Now, that right there is specifically what we've talked about many, many, many times in many, many, many classes. For we wrestled, I'm glad it's right here, Ephesians 6:12. For we wrestled not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. This is effing wicked, man. For them to manipulate you, to control you. And this is why I'm going to show you some shit that this is what I believe is really going on. It's either part of the movement or they really are brainwashed like that. Because some of these idiots are just fucking dumb. Excuse my language, but they have nothing to prove. And I ask them all the time, where's your diet? Where's your clothing? How come you don't have the quote-unquote curses that the Spaniards brought upon the natives when they first got here? Historically speaking, it says that all the indigenous population was submitted to, was subdued by the Catholics, which they mean that you had to learn the Christian compendium. I only see a nation of people that knows the Christian compendium from like Ave Maria to Padre Nuestro. Let's continue.
In a number of ways, the police were doing lineups where the suggestibility of the information was so strong that people would later identify a person that they'd seen. For example, you show a picture lineup and only one person has on a jacket and nobody else does. And then when you go to the live lineup, because your brain triggered that there was something different about that person, you identify the person who you've just seen, but not realizing that it's because of some difference.
The manipulation of the mind, I hate to say it again, Joshua 28:20, put it on the dot. Oh, no, man, stop. Wrong button. I need to stop doing that. It's annoying me now. It's annoying me, shit. This is heavy. While speaking at the WEF, former Obama, which relates to the topic at hand. And, that's probably why some people don't show up sometimes. I think that you guys do watch this channel, learn from me, people in this section over here, but just don't want to admit it. So when I bring these controversial topics, then you're a butt hurt. But you guys think I'm only citing and hating on some particular. Nah, man, I'm calling it out for what the truth is. Let's continue.
And then you've seen them twice, and now you're asked to testify as an eyewitness, and you're so convicted about having seen that person commit the crime, even though that person's utterly innocent, that it becomes a planted memory. And so there's some really interesting research that we can plant false memories in the brain. And in a different context, one of the emerging areas that's really interesting in law and neuroscience is pain detection. And once we understand the circuitries that cause pain, I guess the question is, could we then instill pain and use that in many coercive measures?
You listening to this stuff, man? Y'all listening to this? This is crazy. Planting fantasies. Now, I've done some classes on confabulation, confusion, psychopaths, right? Seriously, man. I got 600 videos on this stuff. Not 600 videos on this channel. So there you're going to find a lot of different things in there and a lot of similar things. But one thing is very clear here. If they can implant that type of concept or perspective on a person at a high level where you can actually go to put somebody in jail, right? Supposedly, if you're a witness and you really believe it because they implanted that in you, what makes you think that all of these other pretendian things don't occur in the same fashion? Let's continue.
And the legal system as well. So.
Facts, we don't bring feelings. Once again, we bring facts, we don't even bring feelings. I'm not siding with any other nation but our own indigenous gente. Why? Because I know for a fact that we went through those curses, we actually struggled, and we know what type of nation of people work together to do it. So let's begin from the perspective, because if you've been manipulated to believe something that is not true, unfortunately, you create what's called confabulation, bipolarism, wishful thinking, wobbleism, BHIism. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of isms, man. All kinds of isms. Let's go.
And the sad fact is that slavery has been a universal institution for thousands of years, as far back as you can trace human history. And what we're looking at is if slavery...
Hey, you see what I'm saying? There you go. That's what I'm saying. Meshiacha, you still talking about us? You see what I'm saying? He didn't show up yesterday, though, right? So it's okay to mention Esau. That's okay, though. But I can't say shit about Canaan. If you aren't Canaan, why are you so defensive about it? Exactly my point, bro.
Slavery is something that happened to one race of people in one country, when in fact the spread of it was around the world. In 1776, which is when Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, as well as when the United States got started, he said that Western Europe is the only place in the world where there is no slavery. And even the Western Europeans had vast numbers of slaves in the Western Hemisphere, yes, but not in Western Europe itself. And so if you're going to have reparations for slavery, it's going to be the greatest transfer of wealth back and forth, and between and cross-hauling, as they say in the railroads, because the number of whites, for example, who were enslaved in North Africa by the Barbary pirates exceeded the number of Africans.
You see, this is what I mean. When you bring up facts, or even themselves, they've said it themselves, right? A lot of us came from BHI camps. What was BHI saying? That they ruled Europe, which means that they had certain people in slavery. So a lot of nations have been enslaved. Asians have been enslaved. Blacks have been enslaved. Whites have been enslaved. Arabs have been enslaved. Khazar, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people have been enslaved, but there's only one nation of people that fits the curses and a lot of different things outside of the curses, because the curses should be the icing on the cake, not the major point. Like if you can't fit the clothing, if you can't fit the diet, the food, the folklore, the history, the actual hair, like literally the facts in Spanish and English and Dutch and Portuguese and a lot of different languages and French as well. Even Napoleon Bonaparte knew that the indigenous people here were Hebrews. Go ask him. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ask him. Read the books. You guys think that it's kind of like the white man, you know what I'm saying? Like, they think America is just here. They don't realize that this goes all the way up to Canada, Alaska, and all the way down to the point of Chile. You know what I'm saying? That's America. And this is the same concept with these people, man. They isolate their stupid ass knowledge, so-called knowledge, in America, but they think North America. You go to any other country, and you mention this stupid shit that these guys believe, right? They'll laugh at their asses, man. You know what I'm saying? They'll really sincerely laugh at them. Look, the only place you're indigenous is to the Iberian Peninsula. So what are you saying? You're also believers that North Africans were Jews. What the hell is wrong with you? What are you talking about? That's what you guys use. Matter of fact, BHI, what you believe in, said that Jews went to North Africa and Iberian Peninsula. And now you want to put me there. That's pretty stupid of you to even say that. It's pretty dumb, but hey, you know what? I understand your logic.
Africans enslaved in the United States and in the American colonies before that, put together. But nobody is going to North Africa to ask for reparations because nobody is going to be fool enough to give it to them. Here we have intellectuals who can imagine a different history from the rest of the world, even though it's so similar to the rest of the world. Let that sink in, not as an excuse, not as a justification for any atrocity, but as a baseline reality check against.
And not only that, family, you need to use this in order to understand exactly what people are reading in this book. But individualites carelessly go into verses and not understand that they don't fit hardly any of these things, then you staff have to wonder. When you ask them, put them to the test, and they say, "Oh, well, you know, that didn't happen in that slavery. It happened in that other slavery, and that happened in that other slavery." That's their excuse. Or they'll go wobble on you and say, "Well, you know, the original people were African looking." And then what? Let's continue. Because that's not really the point. The point today is really, by the way, it's not even about you. Really, it's not even about you. You take it personal. It's about this. It's about this. When you guys grow up and stop taking stuff personal, you may actually learn something. If you're saying you're not those people, why are you offended? Let's move on.
The simplistic morality plays that pass for history today. The insistence on viewing the tragic history of slavery solely through the lens of the transatlantic slave trade, focusing exclusively on white perpetrators and black victims, is a dangerous distortion.
And they both have used, in some extent, these scriptures in the same concept. Let me show you something, family, because this is really what it's about. When you talk about the history of this wickedness, right? I have this book here called The White Man's Bible. Okay? Now, it's not necessarily a Bible. Like, it's not even a Bible. It's just them making statements about their supremacy. You know what I'm saying? That's all they do. That's all they do. No, dumbass, it was just one example. You see, this is how simple you are, man. You're like a fish in a river, in a lake. I get a little bait, put it on the hook, a little whatever it is. I don't know. I'm fishing with some shit, some piece of fish. And you're like a simple fish that just bites on it. Out of everything, really, you think that I'm going to base my faith on Napoleon? You're stupid, bro. You guys really need some help. Anyways. This is what they call the white man's Bible. The founders, the church of the creator. If you look into this book, it's pretty amazing the shit that they're saying. These guys believe that they're the chosen. You know what I'm saying? So everybody can say that they're Hebrews. Everybody's been enslaved. Every single nation. But not every single one can fit the experience, the anticipation, the image of who would come, and that they would not speak the same language as us. You see what I'm saying? Now, again, you can't say that about the white man if they claim to be Jews. Like, you know, we know that they do believe that. That's why you have Donald Trump, the MAGAs, or the Khazars. They really truly believe that stuff. You know, you got Lithuanians, Polish, Russians, Lithuania, Russia, whatever that is. They all believe they're Jews, right? Right? Of course. But when you put the scriptures to the test, you know, one thing that really stands out to me is specifically this one. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth. That's it. Okay, just for a moment. From far from the end of the earth. If you are a so-called white person and you're basing your experience because supposedly you guys got enslaved by other nations, well, Africa's a skipping a hop away from you. You know, and we know that in 711 AD, the North Africans went up with obviously the push of the Arabs, the Muslim belief, all that stuff. You can get into it. And then that's when the slavery, and they took over and they were enslaving y'all. That's where the slavery name comes from, Slavs. But again, it's not a nation from afar. It's not a nation that your tongue would not understand because y'all dealt with each other for quite some time. For quite some time. You know what I'm saying? Now, turn it around and say African people, like this guy right here, you know what I mean? Now they claim that they're the Jews of the Bible. But then what nation from afar, from the end of the earth, that had a language that you guys never understood? You know what I'm saying? Like, what exactly? What are you talking about? You guys have known each other, Reverend Run. You've known each other for quite some time. This doesn't apply to y'all at all. Is Yahoo? Well, listen. For the sake of the fact that this is a long class, I'm gonna stay up a little bit late tonight. Right? Not too late, but I'm gonna stay up late. If you want to come back, you can come back another day. I'll answer that thoroughly because I have some material on that, on the way that you are using the name Yahusha. It's like, I think you mean Yahushua? Is Yahushua Yahoo? No, he's not. The Father and the Son. You see what I'm saying? Anyhow, let's continue. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. I don't think that ever happened to you guys. Whether in 1619, 1492, 711 AD, you know what I'm saying? If you go back into history, plus the fact that, this is nothing new, because we know that in 300 AD or 200 AD, there was such a thing as black popes. So you obviously knew Christianity. You know what I'm saying? And then you wonder why you see these imageries with like dark-skinned people. They look at the skin, but they ignore the crosses that are right there. It's like, what the hell, bro? Anyways, so let's go back to this. You see this right here? Creativity and eugenics. So I would invite y'all to just download this book, by the way, right? I'm not going to get too much into it, but it's the white man's Bible. And it's some, white supremacy shit. What else do you want me to tell you? It's what it is. Now, in this story, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Donald Trump read the story about the woman and the snake. Okay? So they're going to talk about that story here. That is a right-wing, white nationalist story. We are the snake, they are the woman. Okay? So keep that in mind when you read this book and you actually start learning about the woman and the snake. Our indigenous bloodline is the snake, and they, as white folks, so-called, right? Or Edomites. I'm not saying every single one of them are, but you know what I'm saying? We're dealing with this particular spirit. They believe this right here. Never again through the serpent's eyes. Chapter 2. So I would invite y'all to read this, because this is white supremacy to the fullest. So it ain't about y'all, bro. But you want to put your foot in again. And I always find out about certain people. Let's continue.
It's a distortion that serves contemporary political agendas, not historical truth. To understand slavery, and particularly the role various peoples, including Africans, played in it, requires us to discard the blinders and confront the uncomfortable, complex, and universal reality of this institution. This deliberately challenges a narrative that dominates modern discourse. The idea that slavery was a unique evil invented by Europeans and inflicted solely upon Africans. This prevailing view, while emotionally potent and politically convenient, crumbles under the weight of historical fact. It's a story built on selective focus, ignoring the near-universal practice of slavery across cultures and millennia, including its deep roots within Africa itself before the transatlantic trade began. To insist on the simplistic tale of unique European guilt is not just an error, it's a refusal to confront the comprehensive, often uncomfortable history of human bondage. As I've said before, and the evidence is mountainous.
Now, why is this important to show? The important thing to show is because we're talking about fairness. We're talking about truth. If you want to use the Bible and claim that you guys are the Hebrews of the Bible, then the whole history has to apply to you. Every single thing. Historically speaking, black folks and white folks have been enslaving each other for quite some time. Gotcha, bitch. We were not involved in that history. This ain't hate talk, man. This is facts. We are trying to sever between the Hebrews or the wannabes. Because there's a lot of them. And I understand that. I totally get it. Who wouldn't want to have such a awesome history and shit? Some of you guys aren't, like, I brought up a scripture yesterday, and probably some of you guys were offended by it. Because in reality, I know it sounds offensive to a lot of you Christians, but the Most High required sacrifices of a person. And then you guys wonder why the Meshiachas were sacrificing people to their God. I'll go over there right now. Yes. So let's be sincere. Hey, what up, Joe? Good to have you here, brother. So, anyways, before I got interrupted, let's just continue with the facts. Again, once more, this isn't about favoring anybody. This is about true history that is applicable, or at least that when it concerns the scriptures, if you believe you're the people of this book, when I look at history, that's not the case. But the people that are less assumed to be are the ones that are. Let's continue.
The first hard fact one must grasp, a fact documented in countless volumes like those lining my own shelves, is the sheer universality of slavery. This wasn't an invention sprung from the minds of 15th century Portuguese navigators or English colonists. It was, for the vast majority of recorded human history, the norm, not the exception. Freedom, as we understand it, was the rare and precarious condition. Look anywhere on the globe, at any period before the last few centuries, and you find slavery in myriad forms. The Romans built an empire on the backs of slaves captured from across Europe, North Africa, and the Near East. Britons, Gauls, Germans, Syrians, Jews. Were the Romans enslaving based on a modern conception of race? Of course not.
Again, remember, when he says Jews, we're talking about the quote-unquote contemporary understanding of what Jews are. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue.
They enslaved whomever they could conquer. The Greeks, celebrated for their contributions to democracy and philosophy, practiced widespread slavery, often enslaving other Greeks. In ancient Egypt,
Yeah, Napoleon, sorry, the sound didn't come on. Napoleon Bonaparte knew the natives were Hebrews. He wrote a book about it. A very hard to find book, by the way, which I happen to have in hard copy. It's in Spanish. You see, that's the problem with a lot of people. You think America is just here in the north part. America's all the way to Alaska and all the way down to Chile, man. Come on. Let's go.
pharaohs utilized slave labor drawn from Nubia and war captives. Travel east, slavery was integral to economies and societies in China, India, Korea, and Southeast Asia for centuries, often involving debt bondage, the sale of children, or the enslavement of specific ethnic minorities or Aboriginal groups.
Now, in case you guys don't know, that in the early years after, I guess you could say when the British started coming, not the Spaniards, but the British were the ones that implemented indentured servitude, okay? Indentured servitude applied to every single person. It wasn't just so-called people of color. It was every single person. Every single person. Now, the indentured servitude was very typical. It was well known, and it's very well documented. You guys can do the actual history. Okay. As a matter of fact, there's a book called Virginia, the Old Dominion. Seriously, Virginia, the Old Dominion. Look for it. Page 82 or 89, something like that. I'm trying to look for something. Page 82. Matter of fact, let me look for it. Watch this. I mean, I thank the Father, man, for giving me the ability to have a memory like I have. I'm not showing off, fam, because I was not good at this stuff before. But you know what? He said the old Dominion. Here it goes, right here. It's page 88 and 89, Virginia, the Old Dominion. So I thank you, Lord, for trusting me with your knowledge and info. It's page 88. The book is called The Old Dominion. And I think I did a class on this one time. The Old Demonic Anglo-Saxon Dominion. But let's continue. It says, the last of this month of August 1619 that marked the establishment of civil liberty and self-governance saw also the introduction of a new class of immigrant laborers. Check this out. A new class of immigrant laborers
You see this, what I'm saying? Now, remember, keep in mind that we're talking about Bible and how does it apply to you? How does that apply to you and your nation of people? Because that's what it's about, right? You claiming to be Jews. Okay, let's see if this is true. It says that the initial people were considered immigrant laborers. Now, a lot of people right now, specifically with the air of mega power, people of color, let's just say it like that. I'm not going to say Canaan and whatnot, just people of color forget and say, we weren't immigrants. The immigrants are the ones that are crossing the border.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Because we were enslaved and we were brought here and be enslaved. No, you were immigrants under indentured servitude, white and black. Make that clear, black and white. You know what I'm saying? This is very clear. These are no lies. This is not hate talk. This is history. These were Negroes. Oh my God.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Are you?
You see, this is says here, the new class of immigrant laborers. These were Negroes. They weren't slaves, whose services, it now appears, were indentured, as in the case of whites from England and Europe. Pause that for a second. What do you got to say to that, Reverend? You know, with your little happy faces and shit. I mean, you think you're a Hebrew. I'm sure you're a BHI pusher, wobbleism as well. You know, your pillow probably has feathers around it, thinking that that's what you are. What does this mean to you? Oh, hey, what's up, sis? Yeah, let me give you that one. Hold on.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Yeah, I get a kick out of that shit. That was actually one of my favorite shows that he made because, you know, I'm from Guadalajara, right? So, en México, pues sí usamos doble sentido con esas palabras. Pues por eso cuando decía, como me acuerdo de morro, decían, no, yo no tengo pelos en la lengua. Yo no tengo pelos en la lengua. Y yo de morro me preguntaba, pues, ¿qué chingados es esa madre? Like, what does that mean, Mom? What does that mean? Oh, it means this. So I always had that kind of mindset. I'm just not a comedian. So when he brought it out, it was just...
Que alguien me explique.
What the hell does that mean? Lenguas, pelos en la lengua? Que Dios te ven, que vayas con Dios? Like, what do you mean que vayas con Dios? Pues ¿con quién quieres que vaya? Pues no que vayas con Juan o con Pedro. Sorry. Anyhow, inside joke. Good to have you here, sis. Let's see. Let me go back to this whole thing. Yeah, that's it. Familia Peluche. Love that show. I kind of didn't like that one. I honestly, I guess I did, but I thought the Derbez was the shit. Like the actual Derbez. Because he played it like it was a whole series, like a channel, like an actual channel, not a show, like a channel, you know? Anyways, let's go back to this. So it says here, these were Negroes whose services now appears were indentured, as it was the case of whites from England and Europe. Previously, it had been generally accepted that they were sold to the colonists as slaves, while the bringing of them had been ascribed to the Dutch. Recent research, however, has cast a new light upon the transaction. According to available records, these Negroes may not with certainty be called slaves. That's why it says immigrant laborers, for there's no proof. There's no proof that their persons were held as property or on terms any different from those of white laborers. Whose services were engaged under public and private ownership for various lengths of time. On the contrary, it says, the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture for Virginia archives show that throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, meaning after 1650, okay, Negroes were being released at the end of their periods of indenture.
Indigenous empires in the Americas, the Aztecs, the Maya, the Inca, practiced slavery, primarily taking captives in warfare long before Columbus set sail. The Ottoman Empire relied heavily on slaves drawn from Eastern Europe, the Balkans providing the infamous Devshirme levy for Janissaries, the Caucasus, Circassians, and Africa. The very word slave in English derives from Slav. The Ottoman Empire relied heavily on slaves drawn from Eastern Europe, the Balkans providing the infamous Devshirme levy for Janissaries, the Caucasus, Circassians, and Africa.
The Caucasus, Circus aliens, and Africa. Hey, by the way, fam, look that up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look it up right now. I've never heard of that. Let's see, Caucasus, Circus aliens. Wow, what a title. Russian mayor. I gotta look into it. Nothing really came up. Let's continue.
Africa. The very word slave in English derives from Slav, reflecting the vast numbers of Slavic peoples enslaved by various groups, including Vikings and Ottomans, over centuries. The point isn't to create a whataboutism contest of suffering. It is to establish the fundamental baseline. Slavery was a human institution, practiced by humans of virtually every conceivable background against other humans, usually those who were weaker, different, or defeated.
Now, remember that I initially showed you this video right here. Let me remind you again, because this is important. Let's continue.
Convicted in their belief. And so, to Jack's point about using some of the lie detection technology, particularly for eyewitnesses, not only can we put information in without blowing up your brain, we can put it in and then you can believe it so sincerely that the problem is you can testify to that effect. And in fact, we've seen this in a number of ways. The police were doing lineups where the suggestibility of the information was so strong that people would later identify a person that they'd seen. For example, you show a picture lineup and only one person has on a jacket and nobody else does. And then when you go to the live lineup, because your brain triggered that there was something different about that person, you identify the person who you've just seen, but not realizing that it's because of some difference. And then you've seen them twice, and now you're asked to testify as an eyewitness, and you're so convicted about having seen that person commit the crime, even though that person's utterly innocent, that it becomes a planted memory. And so there's some really interesting research that we can plant false memories in the brain. And in a different context, one of the emerging areas that's really interesting in law neuroscience is pain detection. And once we understand the circuitries that cause pain, I guess the question is, could we then instill pain and use that in many coercive measures?
Reason I'm sharing this again is because I don't want you to forget. Let's move on to the next video. Watch this.
We don't know how many of us still exist that openly and can historically claim their Native American heritage.
See? Let me slow it down. So I'm not going to play a lot of it. It's pretty silly talk, but anyways, let's listen into this. Listen.
We don't know.
And I think a lot of it has to do because of the way this dude looks like. Like, listen, man, there is so much mixture, and it's historically known. Even your own people have said it. You guys are almost half white. Shit, man. Of course you're going to fucking look a certain way. Let's go.
No. How many of us still exist that openly and can historically claim their Native American heritage?
We say, or what was the video earlier that we just saw? The manipulation over people, right? Propaganda in 1619 as well talked about it. Literally, they'll make people believe something that they true solely believe, right? There's echoes and spaces in their memory, but somehow, some way, they are triggered to think, to fill those gaps into certain beliefs that solidify their so-called belief. And quite frankly, they cannot fucking back it up. It's sad, but you know what? It is what it is, because we see and we deal with what family. A matter of fact, I had it earlier. 6:9, I think. No. Well, 6:12. Ephesians 6:12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. You see this? Maybe they're part of it. Maybe they know it. Maybe they don't. More likely they're on the lower totem pole, and they're just being manipulated to believe some bullshit. I ask again, where's your diet? And we'll go thoroughly into the history of the scriptures, but I haven't had somebody show up to actually prove me wrong. Let's go.
Thank you for that long, drawn-out question and giving me that opportunity to share.
Hey, that's what you're here for.
Thank you.
I love that. The pen is mightier than the
The
sword.
pen is mightier than the sword.
Paper genocide.
Paper
that was
genocide.
a real thing. How did Europeans write us out from being native to this land to then being blacks and coloreds and
That there you go. Boom. Thank you, sis. Hold on a second. Hold on.
I have concepts of a plan.
That puto. Fuck that puto.
That's what he is, bro. Kidding me? We just saw a video that literally says they are able to manipulate people to the point where you can actually convict someone to death and you would believe that that was the murderer because they were implanted that thought. And we know that there's confabulation in some people. We know that there's certain people, certain nations deal with a lot of manic depressive shit. Bipolarism, you're looking at them. This is why they believe and think this way. Let's continue and then we'll move on.
all of those things?
So I'll simplify it in this selfish way.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't read my language, you don't understand my way of thinking, and you are supportive of me, you need me to teach you of my ways. And whatever I tell you is facts.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
So that paper genocide happened real simplistically because as they put us in slavery, they was also raising children. And they was educating these children. And it goes back just simply to, what's your name? Caleb.
And you see, he thinks that anybody that doesn't look like this right here is their children. Which is, to me, man, I laugh at y'all. You give the white man so much fucking power.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
You give him so much power to believe that he could do that. So okay, let's go back. Matter of fact, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. For the sake of, proving us wrong. Let's say, where's he at? Here, let Reverend guy. I just pick whatever you said. There you go. Let's say, okay? Let's say that you're right, that we're not indigenous to this land. Okay? Let's just say that. This is from the Lutheran newsletter, and I advise you to look for it. I'm not going to give you the link, even though I got it. You see, that'd be lazy to give it to you, so then you can look through it. Look for the link, because it took some magic to find something like this. No one has ever brought this out like I have. I have the link, but I'm showing you the pictures. Here in this link, or in this particular, newsletter of September 7th, 1900, by the way, that's 1900. I'm not talking about right now, not 20 years ago, 125 years ago to be exact, okay? Almost. We're not in September yet. Here it clearly says that Bishop Sumarraga did not allow no Bibles to be written. He taught us the Christian compendium. Now, I shared this in yesterday's class, but for the sake of, tackling the topic, watch this. It also says that, hold on, what the hell is it? Well, give me a second. Here it goes, right here. No, that's page 19. Give me a second. I'm looking for this book here. Okay. I'm lagging a little bit. And it's funny because they use these books. They use these pictures, though, right? They use these pictures. As a matter of fact, I'm glad I found that. I'm so glad I found that. Mexican pyramids, where are you at? Give me a second. I found it yesterday. I don't know why I'm not finding it today. Here. Bro. What's it? Mexican pyramids? Why can't I find it? Peter? Hold on. Let me see if I can do this, fam. I don't like leaving shit half-ass. Mexican pyramids. PDF. Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, I think. Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Damn, I'm glad, man. See, again, it's good. Hey, I may be getting old, but I still got a good memory, family. Anyways, if you go to page 16, which I invite you to. So let's say we're not those people. Okay? Let's say we're not. Okay? Then how come you guys don't know any of this stuff here? According to the Spaniards, this is page 16. Spaniards, right? They came, correct? Right? You're saying we're them, right? But it says here that they came. Indians were supposed to only know Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, and 10 Commandments. Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil's. How come you so-called natives of this land don't have that history in you? Let's just say we're not them. How come you guys don't have none of that history in you? How come you guys never had any history of eating grasshoppers in this continent?
Where are you?
And this is in the same book, right? These are not pictures from like 1600, fam. You know what I'm saying? So again, you were denied these things. And you were supposed to be taught certain things. And that's not what happens. Most of you guys are Protestants.
No, your name is Toby.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right.
What's your name?
I'll say, now I have to say Toby. I'll be forced to. Yeah.
Why? And it's not something you would just easily get. And the education system is the same way. The paper genocide runs deep. Because think about this. Today, we can go to native events called powwows.
Yeah.
Right? And this is a situation that there is not a universal word. There was never a word called powwow.
And once again, he is using the natives of the North, the ones that are, like we know, a lot of them are not real natives. We understand that shit. But we know now that manipulation works in mysterious ways, right? We saw the video. They actually manipulate the mind. Correct? Right? They manipulate the mind, don't they? Let me show you something real quick. There is a very clear, almost like amazing statement made by an old writer. An old writer from, I believe this was from 1800, if I'm not mistaken. And this is Samuel Morton, Crania Americana. Okay? Give me a second. Let me see if I can just get it. Crania Americana. Americana PDF. Okay? Again, thank you, Father. I'm getting old, but I still have a good memory. So I'm going to show you something real quick. Now, a lot of these wobbles, these dumbasses, they love quoting this guy. He wrote a different book. Now, we know Culomiados always wants to run to that shit, right? But the reason why I'm tackling this is not necessarily aiming at these people. Not at all. I'm doing a whole session. You guys are going to be up late with me. Okay? But this is what I want to read. Samuel Morton, 1839, Crania Americana, between 1799 and 1851. That's pretty much like how long he lived, okay? Now, we're going to go to page 68. Be mindful that wobbles love to use copper color. Okay? Be mindful. And again, it goes back to the video that I showed you. The manipulation of the mind and the way that they're being manipulated by certain people. They really believe this shit. Let's read. A copper-colored skin has been assumed by most writers as a characteristic distinction of the Americans, who have hence been called a copper-colored race. The investigation of Dr. McCulloch satisfactorily proved that this designation is wholly inapplicable. Okay? What are you going to say, Wobbles? You're going to say, no, that's not right. Meaning that there's 100% does not apply to the American, meaning the indigenous, our gente, as a race. Excuse me. And that it is more characteristic of some other and very remote nations, meaning people like you. Okay? Not us. The error was obviously arisen from habitual use among many tribes of red paint to a brownish skin. You see that? We use red paint to a brown skin, which occasions a copper hue. Humboldt declared that the denomination of the copper-colored man could have never originated in the equinoctial regions to designate the Americans. Why? And I can further testify that among the individuals of many different tribes that have come under my observation, I have never seen a copper-colored man.
Who are you?
We consider, therefore, that the color of the American Indian in general is brown, differing in intensity with various tribes. Like who? Like the lion's mane. According to various localities, but that it is almost impossible to say that the brown color principally resembles. The sediment is, in my apprehension, the nearest approach to it, though still too inaccurate for general comparison, because we have a golden tan, like a golden brown tan. I fully coincide, in my opinion, with Dr. McCulloch and believe with him that no epithet derivable from the color of the skin so correctly designates the indigenous, collectively as that of the brown race. Although the Americans thus possess a pervading characteristic of complexion, there are occasional and very remarkable deviations, including all tints from a decided white to an equinovocally black skin. Easily debunked. Let's continue with the next one. Watch this real quick. Manipulation.
In this country, economists often point to the absence of African American generational wealth as one principal factor. It's resources passed from parent to child. As John Yang reports, for many African
small and middle-sized farmers loans to support farms, to keep them going through bad economic times.
He's using his pictures to say that black people look like this, that this is them, basically, right? There's one part, and I don't remember anymore, but let's continue.
I'm gonna pull up the whole image. I had it blew up just for the thumbnail, but let me shrink it down and pull up the.
So in this video, if you care to watch it, honestly, he's talking about corn. Now all of a sudden, now they know about corn. Like now they're the corn people now. They're the corn people. No different than this.
So the white man is enacting a story all over the world. We left our homes and flooded the world. We smothered culture. We smothered knowledge. We erased history and rewrote it our way. Myself, my grandfather is 100% Ashkenazi Jewish. Claiming to be Jewish, Ashkenazi Jewish is just a conspiracy. White men claiming to be of tribes of Israel when I'm Germanic. You know, I have no ties to Israel, no ties to Judaism. You know, it's a loosely written history that's been whitewashed over for centuries, and you know, it's from the Renaissance. Oh yeah, right. You wipe everything clean. It's funny how exactly the Renaissance. It's this rebirth, but it's white rebirth. I think at the same exact time the Renaissance is happening, Columbus is sailing to America and committing genocide. So
Yeah, got some material to show you guys. Let me keep it like this. And appreciate you, bro, for sending this info in. Okay, first and foremost, man. So you know who I'm talking about. Let's hope for the best, fam. Hopefully we don't get interrupted. There's gonna be a lot of video today. All right, I'm just gonna. Matter of fact, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna read this, and then we'll begin. And the rest is gonna be video. All right. Again, YouTube. This is not my material, nor do I claim this intellectual property. Okay. Material in use is not owned by Bravo Chronicles, nor do we claim this material at all to be ours. Okay. So just make that clear. Jeremiah chapter 9, verse 3, it says, "And they bend their tongues like bows for lies, but they are not valiant for the truth upon the earth. For they proceed from evil to evil, and they know not me, saith the Lord. Take ye heed, every one of his neighbors, and trust ye not in any brother. For every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with a slander. And they will deceive everyone his neighbor. They will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongues to speak lies, and weary themselves to commit iniquity." There's a reason why the class is titled the way it is. And all praise to the Most High, nobody's here. I see 2 views, and you guys skedaddled. Perfect. I'm glad. Please. And by the way, hit the likes too. Let's go.
Good morning, students. Allow me first to apologize for this interruption. I do, like many of you, appreciate the comforts of everyday routine, the security of the familiar, the tranquility of television. I enjoy them as much as any bloke. But I find it necessary to take some time out of our daily lives to sit down and have a little chat. There are those, of course, who do not want us to speak. In fact, I suspect that right now orders are being shouted into phones, and that men with walkie-talkies will soon be on their way. Anything and everything will be done to stop me talking to you. Words offer the means to meaning, and for those who will listen, the enunciation of truth. The truth is, there is something terribly wrong with the senior class, isn't there? Cruelty and injustice, intolerance and oppression. While most of you have been sitting there twiddling your thumbs, you could have been commemorating the vindication of your freedom.
Not far, but just beyond the line, we find that scholars condemn the design of the reverse side of the United States seal, that it has never been cut but has remained hidden as though it were something to be ashamed of. However, though this appears the truth, it is not the truth. The reason why it has never been cut is because the time is not yet, as the capstone has not yet been set. And what is this capstone? My reader, prepare for a shock. When Atlantis ruled the world, that which is now America was connected with Egypt by what is now Mexico, and in Mexico, in the territory of Yucatan, there is a pyramid in which the fire philosophers worshipped God as divine fire and life in like manner as did the initiates of Egypt, for the two were then one. America is not complete and will not be complete, cannot be complete until Mexico is again part of America as she was in the long ago. And when Mexico is once again a part of the United States, then will the capstone have been set on the pyramid, and the reverse side of the United States seal will be cut. Thus you will see that the Soul Science Primer with its drawings is but the beginning of the article concerning the seal of the United States, while the article on body, mind, spirit, and soul is the final thereof. May it not be long until the Holy Pyramid shall be completed, and may it be completed without the shedding of blood. Lovingly given, R. Swinburne Clymer, Beverly Hall, Quakertown, Pennsylvania, July 6, 1916. And now you know the final truth, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know the purpose of the free trade agreements. Now you know the purpose of GATT and NAFTA. Now you know where we're headed. Now you know that the middle class in this country is doomed. Now you know that the New World Order is being brought about by the intelligence community and the secret societies whose headquarters are in the United States of America, just 13 blocks from the White House. Now you know, in the incredible admissions in their own writing in this book published by the Ancient Order of the Rose and Cross, now you know that the Illuminati is real, that Freemasonry is a part of the Illuminati, that the Rose and Cross is a part of the Illuminati, that they are also called the Order, the Brotherhood, that they also consist of the Knights Templars, they also consist of the Knights of Malta and all of the other secret societies whose organizational structure is in the shape of a pyramid with a few at the top who really know what the great work and the great plan is, and a whole bunch of slathering idiots thirsting after the secrets on the bottom who will never, ever know anything. Are the cockroaches scattering? If this broadcast doesn't do it, nothing will. If this doesn't wake you up, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will. If you don't understand now the 18 hours of the series that I've aired on the mystery schools, you will never understand it now or in the future. If you don't know where we're headed now, then you never will. If you are not concerned now, then you have already placed the chains upon your ankles and you have already watched freedom fly. If this broadcast does not do it, nothing will. This is the last voice of freedom. This is the only revelatory media source in the world today. The hour of the time is the only outlet for truth left upon this earth. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have heard tonight is the final parting of the curtain. It is the opening of the last door that was to be opened. It is the final understanding of where we have been, where we are at, and where we are going. It is the light. It is the illumination in the darkest corners. You are looking at the forbidden truth. You have heard tonight what you were never to hear, what has been forbidden for thousands of years. You now know what the great work is. You now know who is bringing it about. You too can find this book if you search hard enough in the incredible admissions that are contained within it. It will give you the ammunition and the armor march out here on the battlefield with me and many others who are trying to stop what is coming. Remember what Mr. Swinburne said at the end of his article, and I'll read that to you again. May it not be long until the Holy Pyramid shall be completed, and may it be completed without the shedding of blood. Lovingly given, R. Swinburne Clymer, Beverly Hall, Quakertown, Pennsylvania, July 6, 1916. And I am telling you now, their goal is to destroy all other religions save theirs, destroy all existing nation-states save theirs, and shackle the mob, and that is you. Good night, dear listeners, and God bless you all.
And together we shall give them a senior class that shall never, ever be fought.
And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather expose them. Expose them.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
B'nai B'rith, Jewish Masonry, Council of 500, Council of 33, Council of 5.
And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather expose them. Expose them.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
B'nai B'rith, Jewish Masonry, Council of 500, Council of 33, Council of 500, also known as the Bilderbergers, if you like, the Council of 13, and at the highest level, we saw that the papacy is involved because the Jesuits control all of them, every single level.
The Jesuit order also runs 231 universities in 69 countries and a large number of education centers across the globe. Jesuits can choose to be ordained as priests.
The Association of Jesuit Colleges and Universities includes 28 institutions in the United States. 3 of those rank in the top 100 most expensive universities in the entire country.
Because the Jesuits control all of them, every single level. That's pretty straight, isn't it? This is history. This is history, and you can check the line through history and see the blood that flowed. And who was always behind it? The Jesuits.
Georgetown is the oldest Jesuit university in the country. Classes began in 1792, coinciding with the birth of the nation.
Because the Jesuits control all of them, every single level.
How do you draw the distinction? Meaning you're saying you're a Catholic and then you're a Mason, and does that get
I'm a Catholic, and the Pope, I think John Paul, honored me with a knighthood, Catholic knighthood. They came here to this very room from Centenary House to interview me, because before the Pope would confer such an honor on a person, they would want to know that he would be a worthy recipient.
Bruh.
Make a way where there seems to be no way.
Bruh.
But for the purpose of our video, we can find in this book a list of lodges that are in Ghana under the heading of England Overseas Lodges. Under the heading of England Overseas Lodges. Now, I am not able to pronounce my own children's names at times, so I will not try to pronounce the names of cities in Ghana and offend anybody. But suffice to say, there is a long listing of different lodges in the country of Ghana.
Impressive. At what point in your life did you join the Freemasons?
I think it was either 67 or 68.
Oh, that early?
I was a young lawyer in Kumasi, yes. Yeah.
What prompted that?
Because members of my family were in there. Some had been in from even before I was born.
They encouraged you into it?
Well, you don't just walk in there. You are, in a way, invited.
So you've been a member since, what, 66?
67, 68, I think.
And what is your current position in that organization?
Perhaps it's the highest so far in the history of Masonry, in at least Ghana, but it could be for the whole of Africa.
Really?
Yes, in the English Constitution, yes.
Wow. How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel?
Naturally, when you join anything you believe in and your peers or colleagues keep on promoting you, and naturally you begin to feel perhaps you are doing something very right.
What exactly do you do within the Freemasons?
Are you a brother?
I believe not only has your country gone through independence in the relative near history, but also you're currently either looking for independence and forming your own Grand Lodge, or maybe you have and this book hasn't reflected that change yet. So there is bound to be some discrepancies between my knowledge of a Grand Lodge across the ocean and what is actually taking place.
Are you a brother?
What is it? Because we've heard claims that it's a secret cult, very strange.
It's not secret.
What can you tell us?
The wrong sense of secret. But the whole thing is character building. It's a system that would make a man appreciate or develop a sense of limits, accepting the Creator as the maker, giver of everything. You must believe in that first and foremost, and then also working on the basis of not doing to others as you wouldn't have done to you. So it's a moral.
Is it a religious society or body?
It's not religion. It's not a denominational thing, and so it's open to. You may be a Christian, you may be a Muslim, whatever. You may not belong to any of these, but once you accept there was the Creator, and that we all are brought into a life by Him to acknowledge and serve Him, and also look after each other as humans, doing unto others as you wouldn't, or as you would have done to you, and not doing unto them as you wouldn't have done to you.
So, for how long have you been doing this pastoral job?
For 22 years now.
22 years. After you joined Freemason?
Yeah, after joining, because Freemason, yeah, we call now to say me.
But now, but no means you're Freemason.
Yeah.
Let's go there. So, okay, at what point did you announce to them that you've joined Freemason? So, is coming despite part of the people?
No.
Once you earn the 3rd degree, and yes, that's where the phrase comes from, you can join any number of Masonic offshoots. Inside, the Temple Lodge room is a stunner. And downstairs, there's this.
This is the flag that Buzz Aldrin took to the moon with him.
This flag, Supreme Council 33 Southern Jurisdiction, went to the moon. Wow. Now, if tiny hats and small cars are your thing, then there are the party animals of Freemasonry, the Shriners.
I want to tell you about a pair of globes I have here. They are the most unusual pair I've ever had, and so they're on display in the front of our office. They were from a Masonic lodge on the Hudson River in the Hudson River Valley in New York.
So no strange or very strange practices at all?
No. But there's a long history to it.
Please tell us.
going as far back as perhaps times when even King Solomon built the temple to God.
Oh, really? They were Freemasons?
Not Freemason in the sense, but the modern aspects. And we celebrated the 300th anniversary of the constitution I belong to. 300th anniversary, that is, but then those who initially tried to do these things had been persecuted because they didn't really conform with, say, the religions.
Some
of the times.
Okay.
And because they didn't conform, they became suspects. And that was what made them go into, if you like, secrecy. So they could continue to pursue.
So is it a secret society?
It's not a secret society. When you say secret society, immediately one gets the impression they are out there to do something. Yeah, no, it's not cult at all. But now they've started coming out. So 2 months ago, we celebrated the 300th anniversary of the Grand Lodge of England in Britain, bringing 6,000 attendants from all over the world, some from America, some from Asia, Britain, Africa. We all converged and met at the Royal Albert Hall. And it was just a sight with all the regalia and music and acting. And
Let me show you something real quick, fam. Okay, this was part of the other chapter of the class I'm trying to do. I have a book called, well, I won't give it the name yet, but I have these pictures of this book, and there's no such thing as Freemasonry without Kabbalah. Like Freemasonry comes with Kabbalah. Okay, you need to get that stuff. So when you look at these imageries in the next class that I'll show you, this is why I'm going to go deep into the fourth beast, because the fourth beast has really identified itself based on these things. 7 heads, 10 horns, 10 crowns, and the name of blasphemy. Then you're dealing with 12 wings, 12 feathered wings, 8 little wings, 6 feathers, 3 heads. That is a very deep understanding, but it's not that difficult once you really know history. Now, why am I showing this? This is so important because, listen, man, this is you know, like, this is what they believe in. When he's talking about Solomon's temple that supposedly was built by masonry, that's why the other day I showed you a video. It was called the Wizard's, the Widow's Son, right? The Ancient Craft or some shit like that. Look. That's why if you believe in that little star of 6 and shit, and all this right here, isn't this a game? Like this is a child's game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? You know? You see how they even manipulate people? Amazing shit, huh? Look, this is no joke. This is what they believe and this is what they practice. They really believe this history. Thus are their crosses. Have you guys ever heard about the Fopi prophecy? It actually uses these crosses. Anyways, we'll talk about that another day, but I consider that 666, the sign of man. Because you go 6 points, 6 blocks in, and 6 indented sections. If you look at it like that. 6.
Moment's attention experienced near the Alida Espana. So this just happened. Moment's attention I experienced near the Alida Espana Special Care Centre for Children. After several complaints, authorities managed to rescue 160 minors from the Orthodox Jewish sect Lev Tahor in Guatemala. The public ministry reported that the proceedings were carried out in the place where the community lives in Santa Rosa, and it is presumed that the children were victims of abuse. The Lev Tahor Jewish community tried to escape after a raid carried out by the Public Ministry's Anti-Trafficking Prosecutor's Office. Crazy, 160 minors.
160 minors. This is the only channel that goes after every single one of these people right here. This is the only channel that goes after this confederacy. Nobody else touches that. They just go after the white man. That's it. They just blame the white man. That's it. Just blame the white man. It's very simple, right? Well, let's continue.
Many of the great names in history, at least in recent times, were Masons.
We're Masons.
Voltaire, Montesquieu, philosophers. They were also religious people, just as Oscar Wilde. You know of him.
By the way, I have that Bible. I do have that Bible. Okay, I happen to find it at a flea market. Let's continue. It's pretty interesting. Not that different. Has like certain things about them, but it's just the Bible. I mean, I haven't read through it, so I don't know. Maybe there is some secretive shit there. I have to go through it then. It's a big ass book. Let's continue. Oh, hey, good to have you here, brother. Thank you for the suggestion of the video too. By the way, appreciate you. It was actually this brother right here that asked me about it. And I'm like, you know what? This is a old ass video that I have not shown in about almost 2 years. Let's show it now. Let's continue. Because back then there was only like 60 followers. Let's go.
Freemasonry has been here with us for many years in its organized form, structured as Grand Lodges. Has been here for 300 years. From that time to today, we've had our ups and downs. People have come, they have enjoyed what we do, and they've really taken part. Along the line, they do have social problems here and there, social poles here and there. And some will say, right, I joined Masonry because I thought I would see something. Perhaps some thought it's a magical society where you join and we give the word and you become rich overnight. And some people, since President Kupo was announced as having become a senior warden of Grand Lodge of England, have knocked at our doors wanting to become members. Because they think like Sakawa.
Utajiri hautafutwagi kwa maombi. Kuna wapentekoste hapa wananiona huyu mchungaji hayuko rohoni. Ngoja niwaambie hawa labda watanielewa. Enyi watu wa Mungu, utajiri hautafutwi kwa maombi. Utajiri unatafuta.
As soon as you become a Mason, you become rich. This is
See that? As soon as you become a Mason, you become rich. Become rich, bitch. I'm rich, bitch. Right? We become rich. Man, ain't that cool? Right? Let me tell you something about how rich it is to be who we are, according to the Bible. Okay? You know me, man. I always bring historical shit out here. Let me show you something real quick. It's in Spanish, so if you guys don't know Spanish, oh well. Not my fault. Apuntos históricos y críticos sobre la aparición de la Virgen María. Okay? So this is a book that's exposing Juan Zumarraga. But the reason why I'm using this book right now, because there's a section that I think is so wonderful. And there's haters that just, they hate. You can't hate what's real. That's called envy. You can't get mad at us because we are those people. It's called envy. Check this out. Now, I wish I could maximize. Yeah, I'll do my best. Check this, family. Fray Pablo Beaumont, español y francisqueño de Querétaro, escribió en el último tercer siglo del 1818. ¿Ok? He's talking about why the conquistadors feel like they can oppress us. Now, to simplify this, he's saying, well, it's because in reality, well, before they say what they're going to say, it says, well, technically, if you look at Indio, right, the word Indio, if you flip over some words, because in history that's what occurred. Apparently, the I was a J, right, and in the end was a U. So in their eyes, they felt that, well, technically, if you flip over in like IN and DO, it's Judeo. Okay? So they say, Indio vuelta a la N, da arriba al ajo, quiere decir judío. Then they say this, y podemos azotar a los indios y exigirles todo el dinero que se pueda, porque son hermanos. Listen to this, family. You three that are watching, because, some people are stuck around and, maybe they want to go see some porn and shit. I don't care, man. Y'all do what you do. Here it says that podemos azotar a los indios y exigirles todo el dinero que se pueda porque son hermanos. I think you're called Meshiacha. Porque son los hermanos de los que crucificaron a Jesucristo. Y'all, the Judites. Seriously. This is what it's saying. The Mashiach gave you the name. And they're even saying it. This is conquistadors in 1500, in 1492. They're saying to them, Sumarraga, they didn't believe Sumarraga's bullshit about the Virgin Mary being here, but they said, hey, listen, we can whoop these guys' asses because these people are related to that, to our Jesus Christ, and they're the Jews that killed him. Ooh. So quite frankly, I don't give a flying fuck if it's only 3 of you watching. Hold on a second. I don't give a flying fuck if there's no one watching but only 3 of you. Because then that meant for 3 of you, it was meant to be heard today. Sometimes we're like wavering in our faith. Sometimes we're like, oh man, I don't know. Is this real, man? I'm wasting my time, whatever. Things are happening, shit, my struggles, whatnot. I'm telling you, family. Let me read it again. Y podemos azotar a los indios y exigirles todo el dinero que se pueda porque son hermanos de los que crucificaron a Jesucristo. You tell me, when has there ever been a book written about a white man saying this shit or for a black man saying this shit? Never. This is our heritage. You can't take it away from us. And I'm sorry, but listen, I will always invite you to hit the link, but not a Christian like the guy from yesterday. Because this like goes over his head. They don't give a hell about this stuff. This is heritage right here. This is heritage right here. Hey, what up, Ak? I told you guys you'd be up late with me. So again, man, listen, dude, I don't know if you guys really understand what this means. Your enemies admitted who you are. Come on. Your enemies admitted who you are. So, what is it? This idiot earlier? He shows up and shit, right? As soon as I start talking about them, then he shows up. He was okay when I was talking about the white man. He says, but Napoleon never set foot in Mexico. No, no one said he ever did. You see what I'm saying? Then he goes, you said Napoleon knew the natives. Yeah, he wrote a book about it. From history, from facts, from his own research, from what they got over there, because you don't even know what the hell they got over there. But you see, when you got pretendians, emotional, thirsty, what can you expect? So you brethren that are listening, once again, you are the lineage of the Mashiach. You come from the bloodline of Judah. Stop denying it, man. Stop being afraid. Let's go.
It's not it.
These nations are demons, man. Remember that shit. And don't hesitate to understand it. There's no hate. See, society has made you believe that if you sound a certain way, then all of a sudden you're like racist. No, what I'm doing is I'm analyzing nations, using the scriptures, looking at history, and then I'm realizing who the fuck you are.
So they should come because we want to take them from their natural habitat in the society and try and polish them. So
IUIC Nate the Snake Roberts is 17 million net worth, in case you didn't know that. Look it up. Let's go.
We will now continue with our ritual in the first degree of...
Hey, they're going crazy on TikTok. The moment I showed up to TikTok, bro, they didn't want to deal with me. They had no idea how to deal with me, man. They have no idea. I guess they don't like the fact that I talk the way I talk. Like, that's one thing they were offended by. They're like, why are you talking the way you... What do you mean? I'm just talking the way I'm talking. The fuck you mean? Oh, hi. My name is Pedro, and I believe I'm a Hebrew. You wanted that kind of tonality, huh? Vete a la verga, güey. No tienes huevos, cabrón. Let's go.
Freemasonry.
I'm not just saying certain people. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, white folks, oh, black folks. I'm calling all yo in Psalms 83. Let's go.
Mr. Smith, you are received into Masonry upon the point of a sharp instrument piercing your naked left breast, which is to teach you, as this is an instrument of torture to your flesh, so may the recollection thereof be to your conscience, should you ever reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry unlawfully.
By the way, they call these people initiates, okay? Initiates. All right? This is why it's important to not get stuck on one translation, because then you'll be stupidly confused. And you'll be worshiping, what's his name? Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon and King James were like, they were kind of, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But Francis Bacon had some shit to do with the King James Bible. In case you guys don't know. And if you don't believe me, well, too bad. You're just going to be caught up in the sauce. Hold on, let me get the Wisdom of Solomon. It should have been next to Sirach. Remember, the concept of initiates, all right? That's Freemasonry. Let me take you here real quick. Sorry I have to do this, family. I'm just trying to get to it, whatever. There it goes. 12. So now, if you read Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12, it talks about the people that were invading the land that he gave to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And here, Ezra is writing this stuff down, it's kind of like, the Most High is saying, like, man, I gave you that land, I gave you some time for you to get it right, you know what I'm saying? But after seeing you, what the fuck you do, like, I'm tired of you. So check this out. He says, those who lived long ago in your holy land, Wisdom of Solomon 12 and 3, you hated for the detestable practices, their works of sorcery and unholy riots. Now, keep in mind that Canaan is of what? Ham. Remember, Mizraim is of who? Ham, right? So, when you're talking about sorcery and unholy riots, who the hell is implementing that whole concept of the pyramids? The white folks. Then it says here, merciless slaughters of children and their sacrificial feastings of human flesh and blood. These initiates from the midst of the heathen cult. Now, how do I know that these guys are initiates? You're like, well, you just bullshit. Like, you don't know if Freemasons call themselves initiates. Okay, sounds good. I'll show you the book. I'll show you the book right now. See if I can get it. Let's see. I'll put it on link. Info. Files. Here we go. Okay. It's alphabetically set. So we're going to go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. So it's before. Sorry. Hey, I don't know my alphabet that well, dude. Let's go back up. Initiates. A, B, C, D, E, H. H-I. It's after. That's of the H. Sorry. Just pendejo, eh. Hold on. The hell, did I miss it? H-I? Oh, there. Damn, that's like a short I. It's not even in there. Hold on a second. Initiates. Let me see something. This is crazy. Yeah, hold on, honey. Initiates. Hold on. There's a definition for it. See? Hold on. What is it, honey? What? Go tell mom. Hold on a second. Let me see. What the hell, man? Did this just pause on me? Okay, here it goes. It's moving slow. See, initiated. Initiates, right? Oh, I know why. Because it's like pulling them up. Initiated. Initiates. Was initiated. Initiated. Initiated knights. Former initiated men. It's literally like somebody. How many words are coming up? 159 words of initiated. See what I'm saying? De-initiates. Oh, here it goes. Right here. A technical expression in masonry meaning to initiate, as he was brought to light in such a lodge. See? These initiates from the midst of a heathen cult. Let's continue.
Vouchsafe thine aid, Almighty Father of the universe, to this our present convention, and grant that this candidate for masonry may dedicate and devote his life to thy service. Endue him with the competency of thy divine wisdom, that by the secrets of our art he may be better enabled to display the beauties of holiness of thy holy name. Amen.
Let's take a slight pause and explore the real color code crew. Don't get triggered by the truth, but be angry with the lie.
This, right, by the way, in case you don't know this, and All Will Be Revealed can confirm this, this brother right here, and I'm going to call him a brother because I don't know him, but he is a so-called African American from Europe, Britain. His channel was called Thoughts, Camera, Action. And he was part of the BHI shit, but I think he was excluding natives, right? They're like all Negro shit. You know what I'm saying? All Negro only. And then all of a sudden, from what I understand, before I found him, he took a break, comes back, and he starts bringing all this stuff out. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I started this channel in 2022. Okay? May 16th or 25th in 2022. And I've been bringing this shit out since since September, something around 2022. The same concept, same idea. I didn't go 12-track chart shit on y'all. I said, the black man and the white man are doing this shit. Y'all better be careful. And a lot of you mofos hated me for it. You thought I was racist, whatever, and all that stuff. And I'm like, no, man, I didn't grow up racist. Like, I really didn't have that kind of environment. I grew up in, Oceanside, California. None of us had that kind of racism, and we weren't really oppressed like that. There was black, white, brown, Samoans, Asians, Filipinos, Mexicans, you know what I'm saying? There was all kinds of shit. So it's not like I had a particular experience. Everybody was just kind of a dick sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And maybe that's why it's so applicable for me to see the things that they are, because I'm just logical as fuck. I like to see shit for what it is. You know, and I don't give a fuck what color you are. If you are a wicked ass person, man, listen, I'm gonna call your ass out. Maybe some people dislike that bluntness. IHS Jesuits, and the H on that symbol is from the Greek symbol of Saturn. Yeah, matter of fact, here, check it out. Hold on, let me show you something. I was actually showing it because I have it for May 6th, something around this right here. Saturn, I think that's what you call it. Bam. Right? The Saturn myth. And it talks about the sole concept of the Saturn. And I think this right here, you sent that to me, if I'm not mistaken. The Saturnine deity is said to be ancient, old, or eternal. As you will remember, the Greeks in particular called him Chronos, that's right, and synchronized him together with the personification of time. The connection of Chronos to the time of Chronos is not merely Greek. Now, by the way, when I was 21 years old, I was one of the first people that started selling high-speed internet cable. Back in the day, in 2000, prior to you guys were flying on phone lines, I was one of the first crew to start selling high speed, meaning on your cable line. I know a lot of you young kids probably have no idea what I'm talking about. You probably thought internet was always off that. No, it used to be like, I was the one pushing the new. The reason why I'm saying this is because we had a software program. It's a CRM, customer relations management program that, you gather the client's information, you save it in there, everybody gets to use it. But it was called Chronos. Meaning control. Control. This connection of Chronos is time of Chronos. It's not merely Greek. The Roman acknowledged that the Saturn was a divinity of time. And the Saturnine deity seemed to have had a connection with time also in Islamic literature. See, that's why Kabbalah is not far from Islam. This is what I'm telling you, family. The 12, the 8, the 6, and the 3 are hopefully going to make sense when I finish the class next Friday. Because I believe that the number 6 applies to the religions. Anyways, I'm sure you guys have no idea what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure that I make it clear in class time. It is well known that the Kabbalah itself was the house of idols in Muhammad's time. So the black stone was very likely the icon representation, the pagan deity Dar time. By the way, I have notes on this in case you don't know, and I'll make sure to try to bring it next time. Hey, you know what? I'll be real, brother. If you can remind me of it, man, let me know. Just stay in communication within the week because I want to finish it next week. But I may forget this stuff, but I do have a black book, like where I took notes about this stuff right here. Like I went deep into this stuff back in 2020, I think so. And I still have it. I took it out of the storage. There's a particular verse in Quran which says, and they say there's nothing but our life in this world. We die and we live, and nothing destroys us except time. And they have no knowledge of it. They only conjecture. You know what? That's Wisdom of Solomon too. Listen to it. There's nothing but our lives in this world. We die, we live, and nothing destroys us except time. And they have no knowledge of it, and they only conjecture. See, if you know the Bible, you catch on things real quick. For the ungodly said, Wisdom of Solomon 2:1. For the ungodly said, reasoning within themselves, but not all right. Our life is short and tedious, and in the death of the man, there's no remedy. Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave. For we are born all at adventure, and we shall be hereafter, as though we had never been. For the breath in our nostrils is a smoke and a little spark in the moving of our hearts. Isn't that what they're saying? There is nothing but our lives in the world. We die, we live, and nothing destroyed except us, except time. And they have no knowledge of it. They only conjecture. That's your religion. Islam. Ya Kabbalah, worshiping demons. Muhammad is said to have later told his companions, do not curse time, for time is Allah. Wait. So, Allah destroys you? Because it says nothing destroys us except time. And then you say Allah is time, you damn demon. That's stupid, bro. This is why you need to be rooted. In English, it sounds as though the Muhammad was simply attributing the power of fate to Allah, but in Arabic, the verses infer that the deity whom Arabs revered as time was in fact the original chief deity of the Kaaba. Whew. Time is an ethiopic force which eventually destroys all things, even stars and suns. As noted previously, Saturn is considered an agricultural deity, but this is primarily because he is the harvest time, the reaper, which brings an end to all things. You want to know something? I believe that they love this particular deity because it's the contrary effect to what's going to happen to them. Think about that. He is the harvest, the reaper, right? That brings the end, right? They want that to the enemy, not for themselves, even though they know that that's going to fucking happen to them. Damn right. Let's continue this, man. This is heavy, bro. Thank you for being here.
And I met the dude from Houston.
Oh,
that's
yes,
over in
yes.
Springfield.
Right, we did.
He's just a lighter version of my brother Terry.
Really?
When I saw him, I had.
A lot of you guys get offended because you see this like, oh, no, you should be saying shit about white people. Man, listen. Who went to the voting ballot? And then when you voted for Trump, some of you Hispanics, who got mad at you? Black folks started biting the shit out of you. Like, you fucking Spanish fucking beaners, get out of here, blah, blah, blah. Now they started calling Border Patrol on y'all. Because you don't agree? And matter of fact, there was one attorney, and I remember doing this class, and she said, you immigrants need to stay out of this black and white thing because it's our thing. Stop lying. Now I'm gonna let it play for like a good 20 minutes, and then I'll interfere because actually, no, right around here, I want to show you guys something. Let's continue.
I had to sit down. He looked just like my brother. And I met the
I got something to show you real quick. Give me a second. Hold on a second. Where is it? Did I send it to myself? Give me a second, man. Right here. I'm pointing this out because it says Pan-Africanism, right? Pan-Africanism. So you individuals that watch and follow IUIC, this is what your leader believes in. Nathaniel Israel. This is on that app where they go and debate a bunch of illiterate, ignorant people of the scriptures. Founder and Bishop of Israel United in Christ. Award-winning author, missionary, Pan-Africanist. What the hell is that? Pan-Africanist, huh? And we see Pan-Africanism reflection on resistance. And somehow they're really related to this whole movement. I also want to share this with you real quick. I'm going to move fast. This is from the book I bought. Okay? This one here. All right? I bought this book last year, like in November of 2022. Okay? And this says you're printed 14 December 22nd. All right? Copyright 2012. Been working on this for 10 years. This book, Michael Jones. But then why in the world is this here? If this was so many years in working, I ordered this like a month after that whole Kyrie Irving situation. We are awakening all over the world. They have been constantly changing the facts when it pertains to the so-called history, black history, but it is too late. Thank you, Kyan West, Kyrie Irving, and Dave Chappelle for waking up a lot of our people. But I ordered this November 22nd of 2022. It says you're printed 14 December. I received this December 15th, fam. 10 years in the making, copywritten in 2012, but they know about this. You mean to tell me that they could have publicized this book worldwide in a month on Amazon? It is true, family. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. You shall know them by their fruits. Let's go.
The dude from Houston,
Oh,
That's
yes,
over in
yes.
Springfield.
Right.
Oh, my bad. Let me read that for you, bro. Hey, shalom, everybody. My bad. Yeah, bro. That's what it is. That is. I'm glad all will be real. I'm glad because I don't even have to say it anymore. I think my channel, our channel speaks for itself. We've been finding the truth. Psalms 83. It is really manifesting in your face. For all of you that couldn't answer this, you will always exclude us and say, well, they're just random people in Africa. No, you're all over here. Psalms 83:3, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. You remember there was a time where we were unaware. They were unaware of our wares. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation from a distance, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. This is from several books. I got book of Jews and Moors. Okay. So look, you guys have been in cahoots for some time now. Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. Historians speculate, this is from Jews and Muslims in British colony. Historians speculate the first Europeans to land on October 12, 1492 was also Jewish. Jewish pirates of the Caribbean. And on the highlighted part, we purpose that many of the initial colonists in Virginia, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Maryland were Jewish and Moorish descent. Like Moors, the black Moors, black Moors. Black Moors. Sephardic and Morisco presence. Lee sponsored 38 indentured servants from Holland. Dutch, evidently Sephardic indentured servants. I'm going somewhere with this. Check this out. I think it's on this side over here. Yeah, here it goes right here. Swarthy complexion, Swarthy people in America, Swarthy. Look, you'll find out. They've been pushing Christianity, family, for quite some time. Remember, they used the scriptures, they painted the image of the white man over their image, but they keep ignoring the fact that, we're promoting Christianity. Okay? So these are just pictures. Like here we go. Swarthy, from 1828, Webster's Dictionary. Being of swarthy, dark hue, complexion, tawny, in climates, in warm climates, the complexion of man, universally swarthy or black. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. So we see a variety of people, a mixture. This is from White Cargo. In 1630, almost 80,000 people left England of Chesapeake for New England and Caribbean, most of them indentured servants. They weren't all white. They were also black. And they went to Britain, the islands, different places. Let me get this out the way. Let's go.
We did.
He's just a lighter version of my brother Terry.
My bad. Let me continue. My bad. All right, we could Albert Pike's highest FM and highest expose how their God is Lucifer in his favorite book, Morals and Dogma. Yep. I've been digging deeper. I know the Freemasons use the King James. Yeah, they do. Do not get dismayed when you see evil people and organizations flourish. It is all manufactured and entrapment. We're all been working undercover by order by lodge to support appearing a natural sauce. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. Go back. He has the cross of Shamash. Let's see. I forget. I took it down, bro. Anyway, let's continue.
Really?
When I saw him, I had to sit down. He looked just like my brother.
Color programming and broadcasting. Funny, the color purple has strong ties to a very influential fraternity in America, which produces writers, entertainers, ministers, activists, and stars.
I just want you to scream out the name Jesus.
Jeremiah 14. Let me get that real quick, bro, so let's continue. Excuse me. Jeremiah 14. It reads, Then the Lord said unto me, the prophets prophesy lies in my name, and I sent them not, neither have I commanded them, neither spake unto them. They prophesy unto you a false vision and divination, meaning false doctrines, false assumptions, clear fiction, and a thing of not. Deuteronomy 28 is literally no more up for grabs anymore for just a random individuals. There's only certain people that fit those curses to the T, and you're looking at them. And the deceit of their heart, meaning their mind. So the wicked is estranged from the womb. No son nomás güeros, family. Say the Lord concerning the prophets that prophesy in my name, and I sent them not. Yet they say, sword and famine shall not be in this land. By sword and famine shall those prophets be consumed. Man, that's beautiful. Hey, that reminds me of the scripture real quick. You know why it says here on Joshua 7:9, it says, For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear of it, and shall environ us round about, and cut our names off from the earth. What wilt thou do in thy great name? O Lord, what shall I say when Israel turned their backs from thine enemies? Why? Because Israel took something that didn't belong to them. But the children of Israel, verse 1, committed a trespass in the accursed thing. For Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Sabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took of the accursed things. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against the children of Israel. So as long as you guys take anything from these particular camps, the 12-type chart, the assumption that Messiah is black, the assumption that you're going to turn into a black man or black woman when the Messiah returns, the assumption that you ain't Hebrews, the assumption that you mix with the other nations, is you taking visuals from them and coming here condemning us. The nerve of you guys to come to this channel, to go on my Facebook and tell me I'm wrong, but the only thing you can do is say I'm racist. Why are facts racist now? For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear of it, meaning the Most High is going to turn his back on us, and then he's going to let them come against us again. Y'all need to stop being afraid of being fucking brown, man. Let's go. Excuse my language for cussing with the Bible.
The world is truly a stage.
Where he's been teaching the Hebrew truth, the Hebrew way, and I mean he's everywhere. I mean, I thought I was busier than him, but when I talked to
he's the guy that did Jews to Negroes and that I showed yesterday. All of this is not a coincidence. I think the Masoteric text and the Tetragrammaton in modern Hebrew could be the problem. That's why I've been coming down to these Hebrew camps by pushing that King James. Let me see here real quick. There's a connection between Jehovah and the Tetragrammaton and Aussie and I. Baal is the Canaanite god. That's why the iniquity of the Amorites, the book I showed y'all, they're the originals of the. And they're the ones that actually came with the origin of the two-headed eagle. Yep, it's true. That's true. Very true. Hey, this is true facts. This is true facts right here, fam. They're not all white and black. You're right about that, Meshi. Let me make sure I clear that. Jeremiah, surely their fathers have inherited lies. That's true. Remember, Jews to Negroes. Jews to Negroes. Let's go.
him and texted him, he is super busy, going all over the place. And we have to give honor where honor is due.
In that area, you're not dead to yourself. That's why it impacts so much. That's why it hurts so much.
Think of it like a play. I enjoy learning the words of the play.
What do you think of Wakanda?
Stories just don't do this place justice.
I've come back for my son.
Zamunda, Wakanda, Connecticut, I don't know where you from.
Because there's a bunch of devil worshippers in Hollywood. And there's a lot of black.
I do want to say something about this. And I do have it. Because I want to prove it. I know you guys are coming and going. It's all good. No worry to me. Well, hold on. Just hold on. Let me find it on my phone. For some reason, it's a lot easier to do it on my phone. I don't know why, to be honest with you. But apparently it is. And hold on a second here. Hold on. Ethan. There it goes. All right, it's on page. Give me a second. I'll go into the later ones. Yeah, I'll just type it in. Hold on. Okay, let me try it a different way then. Shit, man. Why is it taking so... Dude, I can't... I usually save them in certain places. I guess my phone... I have a new phone, so it seems to be moving files around for me, which I don't like now. So my apologies for lagging on this real quick here. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're going to look at this page here. Page 83. We weren't too far from it. Okay, and we're going to go back. We're going to go back. Now, we just heard what they said, okay? Let's listen to that. Iniquity of the Amorites, the book I showed y'all. They're the originals of the, and they're the ones that actually came with the origin of the two-headed eagle. Yep, it's true. That's true. Very true. Hey, this is true facts. This is true facts right here, fam. They're not all white and black. You're right about that, Meshi. Let me make sure I clear that. Jeremiah, surely their fathers have inherited lies. That's true. Remember, Jews to Negroes. Jews to Negroes. Let's go.
Him and text him, he is super busy, going all over the place. And we have to give honor where honor is due.
In that area, you're not dead to yourself. That's why it impacts so much. That's why it hurts so much.
Think of it like a play. I enjoy learning the words of the play.
What do you think of Wakanda?
Stories just don't do this place justice.
I've come back for my son.
Zamunda, Wakanda, Connecticut, I don't know where you from.
Because there's a bunch of devil.
See, that's what I'm saying. So that right there, that right there should bother you. It should fucking bother you. Let me tell you why. Because unless you know history, then you'll be lied to. Because you know the word Wakanda don't even apply to them, bro. We're going to go to page 183, but we're going to go back to the top of the page so I can show you the book. Because see, in my fucking channel, I don't lie to nobody, man. I bring facts, history, and I know my scriptures because I am a true Hebrew of the Bible. I don't deny that. And you know what? If you guys want to get froggy and shit and want to tell me like, well, what's your DNA? I'll show you my DNA. And it'll prove to you that historically speaking, everything that I'm saying, at least that applies to me, is factual. And I also, here's the fact. I didn't come alone. So I know that, you know what I'm saying? If that shit applies to me, it applies to several of my brothers and sisters. This is the book from View of the Hebrews, okay? Exhibiting the destruction of Jerusalem, blah, 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 1823. That's what I wanted to show you. Let's go back to 183. Okay? Because what video did I show you initially? Remember this video? I don't want y'all to forget this video, man. Because if you forget this video, then if you forget this video, then none of the stuff that I share with y'all makes fucking sense. Listen.
And so, to Jack's point about using some of the lie detection technology, particularly for eyewitnesses, not only can we put information in without blowing up your brain, we can put it in and then you can believe it so sincerely that the problem is you can testify to that effect. And in fact, we've seen this in a number of ways. The police were doing lineups where the suggestibility of the information was so strong that people would later identify a person that they'd seen. For example, you show a picture lineup and only one person has on a jacket and nobody else does. And then when you go to the live lineup, because your brain triggered that there was something different about that person, you identify the person who you've just seen, but not realizing that it's because of some difference. And then you've seen them twice, and now you're asked to testify as an eyewitness, and you're so convicted about having seen that person commit the crime, even though that person's utterly innocent, that it becomes a planted memory. And so there's some really interesting research that we can plant false memories in the brain. And in a different context, one of the emerging areas that's really interesting in law neuroscience is pain detection. And once we understand the circuitries that cause pain, I guess the question is, could we then instill pain and use that in many coercive measures in the legal system as well?
So when you create an idea, something that doesn't apply to you, you're wrong with it. You'll even make movies out of it. Like the Willie Lynch letter. That shit is a fake story. What people made a movie about it. Okay? So here we see the same shit. Wakanda, right? Wakanda. Look at that right there. I might as well just start right here. If you guys get this book, and it's talking about our indigenous people, right? Hey, look at this. Look right here. And I even have a video about the white man saying that we would say that shit. They're better informed, us, or wise men, it seems. Retain. Yeah, Mama. Give me a second, fam. I'm letting my daughter stay up tonight. So I do that every now and then. My other older kids stayed at a family's house, and I get to enjoy my little one. So, you know what I mean? It's different. Anyways, so it says they're better informed, wise men, it seems, retain some impression of their original immigration from a foreign land. Pay attention. And from Northwest Bering Strait. Let me slow down. Let me go back. They're better informed, or wise men, it seems, retain some impression of their original immigration from a foreign land. You see this? And from Northwest or Bering Strait, meaning the Straits of Anian, like we know them, right? It is possible to give a satisfactory account of such tradition among the native Indians of Chile. You see, that's why when I say America is not just in the north, you dumbasses, it's from Alaska all the way to Chile, you fuckfaces. Short of their having received them from the Hebrew sacred scriptures, and if some, then surely they must be Hebrews. But that's not the point. That's not the point. Because you know what I'm saying? Like, we were talking about like some Wakanda shit, right? What is it at? No, not this one. That
are convicted in their belief.
No. Pause, please, baby girl. Pause right here. We're talking about this right here. This right here, because they believe this stuff dearly and wholly. Right? Let's continue.
The two-headed eagle.
Yourself. That's why the impact so much. That's why it hurts so much.
Think of it like a play. I enjoy learning the words of the play.
Wakanda forever, right? Okay.
Are convicted in their belief. And so, to Jack's point about using some of the lie detection technology, particularly for eyewitnesses, not only can we put information in without...
See, so they can put information in people's minds, right? Okay, so this is a book from 1823, fam, talking about our indigenous gente. And look what it says. In long expeditions of the Rocky Mountains, we learned that the Amawa tribe of Indians, who inhabited the west side of the Missouri River, 50 miles above the engineering atonement, believed in one God, by the way. See how they lied to us. But anyway, let's continue. They called him Wakanda. They called him Wakanda. Wakanda. And what are you going to do and fucking name your fucking movie? Wakanda Forever? Does this sound like somebody's trying to steal the history of someone? Listen, if this was your history, why didn't you bring this shit out? Hold on, let me continue. And believed him to be the greatest and best of beings, the creator, the preserver of all things, and the fountain of mystic medicine. Now, every single tribe that was here believed that. Yah created another different story, because when you find out about other people that wrote about the things that they saw, that they were able to write and print, which is what's important, that they were able to print it, because at that time the only person that was allowed the only person that had power to allow any print was Sumarraga. Sumarraga was the only person allowed to print anything at that time. So in order for you to get that chance to print, you had to have some leeway in that. So before you Negro onlys or wobble fucking dumbasses or white folks that don't understand history, tell me about Sumarraga. Squeeze right through his fucking history and you let me know if you really know your shit. There ain't nobody in this planet, I believe, fam, to be honest with you, man, that is going to be able to handle me, because the more Most High is feeding me, the more I'm growing. And he's supposed to afflict them with sickness, poverty, and misfortune for their evil deeds. In conversation, he is frequently appealed to as an evidence of the truth of their asseverations. Wakanda, hear what I say. These Indians have many wild pagan notions of this one God. You see this? And they called him again. Their God name, their name of God is remarkable. Wakanda.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Who are you? Fucking Canaan? Or Edom? Or Ishmael? Or Moab? Or Ammon? Right? Then it says, let's skip this real quick, because, we see a lot of these little words. Go to the bottom. Here we find, where are we at? Hold on. Here we find, I'm going to start right here. Here we find the fact, while the author from whom the account is taken, it is presumed, had no perception of any such thing. Wakanda. The last syllable of the Indian Yahoo, by the way, compound with Kanda. I don't know why they're saying that, but whatever. It's all good. So check this out. And then we continue again. A religious custom related to Mr. Long goes corroborated with the opinion that these people of the... Hold on. Let me back up. A religious custom related to Mr. Long goes to corroborate the opinion that these people are Israel. Who are you, fam? What the fuck? Who are you, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, who are you? Are y'all afraid to be demanding? A matter of fact, you don't even have to demand it. Just live it. Just know that that's who you are and walk the way. That's it. You don't have to prove nothing to nobody. Listen, I'm doing it in my house, and my whole entire family believes. You know why? Because I'm sincere. I have a sincere spirit. My channel ain't bullshit. Like, I have a sincere spirit. My family knows. They understand. They, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, there's one thing, and I'll be honest with y'all. There's one thing of believing the Bible. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, you grew up in Christianity. By the way, I grew up in Christianity, man. I was a Mormon for like several years and shit and all that stuff. And you know, when 2016, 2018, I woke up to the understanding. And, I was told by BHI camps, or like Hebrew Israelite camps, Black Hebrew Israelites. Certain people know them by that. Like, I was from IUIC. Okay. Now, I didn't find them. I'm sorry. They didn't find me. I found videos. I found them, and I went to them. Matter of fact, I even asked them a couple times to let me in, and they didn't want to the first time because maybe they thought I was too aggressive or some shit. I don't know. I really don't know. But prior to that, I had already asked. I had already prayed about my situation at that time. I was about 3 years sober. And I was trying to really have a good relationship with my wife. And I was making good money at that time, and yet we're still having problems and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I was sober. I thought I believed in God. And I was taking care of my family. And I'm like, man, why am I still fucking having problems? You know what I'm saying? And then I realized, like, I don't want to just have kids and teach them to like make money and then teach their kids to have kids and just make money and whatever comes with money. Obviously, y'all can do whatever you want with it. I can say, oh, this. Nah, man, everybody interprets their lifestyle the way they want. The point being, it's a repetitive shit, and I was focusing on it. I'm like, man, I don't want that for my life, bro. If that's the case, man, I'm like, fuck that shit. I don't want to just be a fucking product of life. How boring is that? How sad is that shit? And that's when I said, like, hey, Father, please, I'm ready to serve you, whatnot. And that's when the understanding started kicking in. That's when I started noticing things that I did not know. I mean, I guess I knew that I had seen them, but it just didn't make sense why I understood them that way. You know what I'm saying? That's the best way to put it. I did not understand why I understood it that way, because it was different from other people. And now I'm here. And I'm not hating on anybody. What I'm saying is I'm claiming our heritage back. And you can't take that shit from me. And they can't take that shit from you. It's not fair for somebody that has not had their fucking chance to even get a grip on it, bro. All our lives, we've been like trying to hold on onto what we are with wet fingers. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, I don't normally do this shit, man. But something tells me to do it. So I'm going to do it right now. Look, and I'll be real. Maybe this is the Most High saying, like, man, like, stop doubting. I need you to speak to my gente. Check it out. So, like, I don't know if you guys know, but I said it before and I'll share it again. That's my so-called legal name. There's a lot of us around here. Okay? So it says that's my DNA shit. So in case you guys don't know, that's what I am. And now we're going to look into it. See, I did this about almost 2 years ago. Now, I've been in this understanding since 2016, 2018, something around that time, right? But I wonder why the Most High allowed it to be the way it was. So apparently, I am 64% Mexican, the most recent, okay? But 91%, of the Americas. So I'm fully indigenous to the bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all y'all that want to say I'm some damn Spaniard shit. You, please, if you only knew. Anyways, and then it says something about pure indigenous and blah blah blah, whatever. It gives me these percentages. English. Oh, some haters will be like, look at you, whatever. All right, sounds good. That's supposed to be now. For some reason, it puts me there too. That's in India, okay? But they'll ignore that, by the way. They'll ignore all of this and this, and definitely focus on that. The haters will do that. All right. And it says related possible countries: Spain, Guatemala, Panama, Belize, Caribbean islands. So it looks like I would be what they would call a Taino, so to speak, right? Okay. Mexico is ethnically, because remember, follow what it's saying. It says Mexican predominantly, but 91 of the Americas. And then it's isolating certain things that I'm at. But we're going to go further into this. Mexico is ethnically and geographically diverse, yada, yada, yada. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now we're going to go to what they call advanced analysis. Now, here they say that I am still 92% Isaiah.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
92% indigenous, but predominantly Peruvian. And you see all these little numbers right here. 1%. Oh, hold on a second. Where you're at, bro? You're gonna call me Iberian because you saw 1% on that shit? Silly dove. Anyways, so as you can see, it's kind of saying all this stuff. But now, one thing that's very interesting is this: Inca, Quechua, you know what I'm saying? Aymara. Okay. Now, here's where it gets interesting. It says that I'm 92% indigenous of this land, correct? So that would mean that I'm not European, correct? Right? That means that I'm from this land. I'm from this continent, correct? Right? Okay. But this gets really interesting. There's this thing called paternal haplo. Now, I've shared with y'all, and we believe in this channel, 2nd Ezra 13, and I don't give a flying hell who doesn't believe this, because you know what? I can prove this without even going here. But, for the sake of what I'm trying to show y'all, how I did not come alone, it says here in 2nd Ezra 13 and 40, okay? Those are the 10 tribes which are carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanaser, the king of Assyria, led away captive. He carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. Now, in case you don't know, the 12 tribes were separated. Then they pretty much were invaded by the nations, and then now they're each area that was separated got invaded, and they took them different places. So here we're talking about the 10 tribes. Okay, to summarize, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country that never mankind dwelt. Now, the next class I'm going to show you, because I want to look for the book right now, but I have a book that says into a inner country, not further, inner country. See, BHI black folks want to use further, that supposedly when they run on the tripartite chart that we went around Africa. Hell no, we didn't do that. It says inner. But let's continue for the sake of time, that they might there keep their statues, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow place to the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them, and they still held the flood, and held still the flood till they passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely 1.5 years, and the same region is called Arsareth. Now, some people get confused because it's like, well, it said Euphrates, and that seems so close to be saying that. Well, in case you don't know, sometimes some verses are 300 years difference. In case you don't know, but you know what? You won't believe me, so it doesn't matter. Now, here's the interesting part, because they entered into Euphrates, narrow river. Now, does it say south or north? because the Euphrates was also north. In case you don't know that, back then there's maps that show that there was rivers connected to the Black Sea that would connect to the further north of the country. But you see, you BHI wobble motherfuckers, you're not going to see that shit. You're just going to focus on the lower part of the map. But anyways, then it says, for through that country, there was a great way to go, namely 1.5 years. But hold on. It says, and they entered through the Euphrates by a narrow place of the river. Did it go south or north? It didn't say south or north. So if they went north, because at that time, based on the maps that I found, it seems like there was a connection. Then it says, for the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they passed over. That's the Straits of Anian. Then, for through that country, there was a great way to go. If they had just gone up onto, let's say, the Caspian Sea, what the fuck does it mean like there was a great way to go? Y'all don't know the Bible. Let the man that knows the Bible explain it. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely 1.5 years, and that same region is Arsareth. Right? I'll show you something. Hold on a second. Do I still have it? Hold on. Let me play it again. Because you guys don't understand. See if I can find it. There it goes right here. It says, for through that country there was a great way to go, namely of 1.5 years, and that same region is called Arsareth. Okay, so now we got the David Rumsey Maps collection. This is a well-known map from 1587. Can't deny this map. I don't give a rat's ass what y'all say. And what does it say here? Look, you got Africa, right? Jerusalem. So this is the Euphrates River, okay? This is the Euphrates River going up. And as you can see, the Euphrates River does connect to this sea right here. Okay? And this sea does connect to rivers going up this way too. Okay? Why are we being stupid? Why the fuck are we being... I'm sorry to be so, offensive. Like, why the fuck are we being stupid? Look, let's be real about this, man. Back then, this is the map that was taken at that time. I mean, how else are we going to know whether it's real or not? This is what they gave us. What the fuck? Now you're going to say, oh, it's not real? Oh, hell no, bro. Yeah, I'm not going to fall for that. Euphrates River. Rivers connect. Then I think that's the Black Sea or whatever, Caspian Sea, I don't remember. And then there's more rivers connecting. Okay? It doesn't say here whether they went up north or south. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow place of the river. As a matter of fact, if it was Euphrates by the narrow place of the river, they wouldn't have, that wouldn't mean that, because look at Euphrates. It's not narrow at this point. The Euphrates River is wide open here. Okay, so what it's saying is they went the opposite way because it was narrow. Man, come on, bro. Yeah, I know you don't like all that loud shit. I don't give a shit. So now that we see this right here, you see this, narrow passage. Okay, sounds good. I'll bring you back. Hold on. I'm not done. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow place of the river. For the Most High then showed them signs and held still the flood. See? For then the Most High held... Hold on. Let me see this. If you follow really what it's actually saying, and if you really know what it's talking about. So it says they took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude. Now, we know that King Cyrus ruled all of this nation right here. All of this nation right here. All of it right here. And they decided, like, you know, man, we need to get out of here. Somewhere no one else has ever been. Based on Second Ezra, it says that they went to the Euphrates, the narrow passage. This is the Euphrates right here. Why would it be narrow at this point? No, that means that they went through the squeeze moment. And then he says, right, through the narrow passage, for through that country there was a great, for the Most High then showed them signs, right? So let's say they go through the narrow passage, and then the Spirit shows us which way to go. But then show them signs, right? For through that country, right? You see that name Arsareth? For the Most High then showed them signs and held still the flood till they passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely 1.5 years in the same region is called Arsareth. You see that Arsareth. Now this is Arsareth, but he says the same region. It's called Arsareth. So he had to hold the floods, pass through this one right here. The narrow passage to the Euphrates. He did not go down. There's no way to go down. That's not a narrow passage. The narrow passage is going up against the current. And then he showed them signs. Then he healed the rivers to cross over because it was a great way to go. Nearly 1.5 years. And what story matches the most with that stuff? It holds to our story. Don't be offended. Let's continue.
What do you think of Wakanda?
Stories just don't do this place justice.
I've come back for my son. Zamunda, Wakanda, Connecticut, I don't know where you from.
Because there's a bunch of devil worshippers in Hollywood. And there's a lot of black folks too. And they be throwing up them signs, you see them, this, that, all of them. Watch the rappers, watch them folks. It's scary. It's very scary. That devil is real.
Well, what is this?
Oh, the devil in this mess, yeah.
Because I froze this up. I thought this was rock on.
Be careful. No, the goat, be careful. They'll get you. Be careful.
Let me keep my hands down. And I was doing like this, like rock on. It's like, no.
No, watch them.
It's easier to become rich than to stay rich. Ega the money is not a program of urgent 2K. Put call. Make way for a rich man whose pocket will never run dry because of his ability to think and utilize ideas.
I just want to tell you for this man a minute, get yourself a word. That's right. Get yourself a promise from God. Right?
Are you guys not noticing a lot of purple and gold? Purple and gold. Purple and gold. Is it not ringing a bell? Purple and gold. IUIC. Listen, man. Matter of fact, while I play this, I'm going to look for their channel. Let's go.
But God is all of those things at one time. Nobody like him. And so when we talk about his love,
and be diligent student of the word, especially in these last days.
All right, check this out. And this is so interesting. And by the way, I didn't even finish to show you guys the other part, but I'll do it pretty quick. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Here's my point, fam. Here's my point. If I've been lying, right? If I've been lying, then how come it says that my fathers came from that region? Now, some people are going to point that out like, that guy's a white guy. Okay, sounds good. Let's see where my father came from. Now, I've been saying that we migrated from a certain region and we didn't go around Africa. We went east. We went east, crossed all the way through. And I've been proving it with the classes. So now, if I was a European, why the fuck is it putting my father's haplo bloodline right here? That's Nedavi. And if you don't understand the migration of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and it's literally right there, the way it works, just like a loop, right there. So now let's go back to something real interesting, because he could say, oh, yeah, you came with the Spanish. Sounds good. I'm glad you say that, or at least you believe that. But here it says my trace of who I am. So it says, supposedly, I'm majority Peruvian. Okay? Now, let's go all the way down. You see 1870, 1930? All right, let's go. Okay, so now you see some stuff that says Southern Han, Chinese, whatever, all that stuff. And you barely see any of that after you keep going, okay? So let's continue to go, because you're going to see Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, Peruvian. I'm sorry, Peruvian, 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 Peruvian. Then you see Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian. That's really what he's saying, okay? Now, this DNA says it goes all the way back to 245 AD. 245 AD, okay? And 305 AD. It's 2025. So it says that a 2,000-year record, they say that I have been here. They can go back to Peruvian, supposedly, bloodline that I have been here. Okay? The 10 tribes of Israel came to the Americas in around 530 and change BC, yes. Now, that's why it's important to know why in the world does this is CRIgenetics.com. Y'all can subscribe to that. This is probably one of the best ways to determine who you are based on your so-called bloodline. And what is it saying? It says that I've been here in the Americas for well over 2,000 years. But it also says that my forefathers come from where? From that region right there. I've never talked to anybody that can come as close as this, claiming to be Hebrews way before they took their supposedly DNA test. So, whatever this matters, I don't know. Does it really ring a bell much to people? No, because even when you say, prove it with your DNA, and then we show you, you don't give a shit. So what does it matter? Then you're going to use this angle and say, I'm supposedly from over here. But I'm like, bro, it doesn't say that. It says that, that I'm from here. And by the way, anything that branched out of this originated from here. Can't take that away. I've used Bible, history, facts, DNA, and guess what, fam? Yeah, most people don't believe me. But anyways, let's continue. Legal account. Bad. Thank you, sir. See, so what I'm showing you guys is that I got proof that there's a particular account that starts with an S that teaches this whole concept of prosperity as well. They teach that if you're the soldier of the Lord, that you're going to be prosperous. That's what these Masons teach. And their so-called rules fall under the 12 stones of a soldier. So you guys don't know. I know a lot of you that you don't know. And one of their then the 12th one of the stones, it says a soldier doesn't lack. Numbers 31:49 justifies it. And they said unto Moses, thy servants have taken the sum of men of war, which are under our charge, and there lacketh none, not one man of us. So that's why they go around selling merchandise and make money off of you guys, because they figured, well, it's of the Lord. Scriptures say so. You know what school I'm talking about. I'm not going to put you on Front Street. I got a little decency. But you know I ain't lying about you. It starts with an S. They came out of San Diego. They're a bunch of young guys, and they love to do Passover, Passover. 2 Peter 1:5. And besides this, giving all diligence, add your faith, virtue, and to virtue, knowledge, and to knowledge, temperance, and to temperance, patience, and to patience, godliness, and to godliness, brotherly kindness, and to brotherly kindness, charity. For if these things be in you, and abound they make you that ye shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of the Lord Jesus Christ. But he that lacketh these things is blind, and cannot see afar off, and hath forgotten that he was purged from his old sins. So basically saying, family, that if you are prosperous and you're a soldier of the Most High, then it's because he's dealing with you. This is what these guys teach. Let's go.
All right.
This is what these people teach. Masonry, Christianity, all the same shit. You know what school I'm talking about. You know exactly what school I'm talking about. You guys follow the 12 stones. Matter of fact, I'll read it. The soldier is part of an army or body. A soldier is in order. A soldier is disciplined and follows instructions. A soldier understands his duty. A soldier puts the Most High first. The soldier loves the Most High and his brothers. The soldier values camaraderie and brotherhood. Soldier also understands how to be solitary. Soldier is responsible for his own actions. A soldier must present himself properly. A soldier wars a good warfare. A soldier doesn't lack.
He said, look at Pastor Jenner's hand gestures.
Dice, mira cómo mueve sus manos y
You know, because sometimes I may stand like this.
sí, porque a veces que se para así.
He said, why he making a pyramid?
Y dice que está haciendo una pirámide con sus manos.
You dumb, ignorant, hell-bound thing.
No sé.
The world is truly a stage.
Being the first interview I gave to the Matrix, and be smart enough to ask questions people were genuinely interested in. We have a...
By the way, people, I want you to, soldier sounds like some Jesus crap. Yeah, man, check it. Family, I want to tell you something. This man here, okay? His mom is white, and his daddy's black. His brother looks even much lighter than him. When these conquistadors came, they were mixed. Oh, Jesuit, not Jesus. My bad, bro. They were mixed, okay? And you young kids that follow this guy that, oh, yeah, you know, High Valley man, this mentality. Let me just tell you something. They are complaining about women being promiscuous. And that's why they don't settle down with just any woman. But aren't they also promiscuous themselves? Because they're not going to be celibate and say, I'm not going to have relations with these women. I'm going to wait. You see what I point? They create the same problem they complain about. You're making the host. Idiots.
A men's mental health crisis. Young men are disenfranchised. The suicide rate amongst men is much higher than women. And everybody pretends to care. But when I come along and say, I am a man,
of the illustrious founder of Omega Sci-Fi.
And the minister is not lying. I seen him growing up in Port Arthur, where I'm from.
But my thing is, if the Divine Nine, which is the HBCU, sororities, and fraternities, if they have so much power, why haven't they asked Joe Biden to actually do things for black people that matters, like reparations, getting rid of qualified immunity?
reparations, getting rid of quantified immunity, or qualified immunity, or something about that. You know how the cops can have basically any immunity to arrest you, and if they hurt you by the arrest, then like you can't sue them. So they want to get rid of that. You guys should look at the statistics of the people that commit the most crimes. And every state now has criminals, and they all look like you guys. And you want the cops to take rid of laws that allow you to sue them left and right. Well, guess what? Damn it, I wish I would have brought it. Statistically show that the most people that sue, the people that sue the most in America are black people. Yeah, black people sue a lot. And you want to lift off the veil from I guess the umbrella of the cops, so then you can sue them. Let me read this real quick. Top G, 33 cars, and that square and compass with that hand design. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's where the 55%ers come from, bro. They talk about staying in your square. Scriptures mean staying in your circle. They talk about staying in your square. That's why they have the black and white squares. They stay in their squares. They play chess against us. Let's go.
And a whole host of other.
No, hold on. I'm gonna show you this. For all you that don't know this, you think that I'm like, nah, man, it's a combination. Check this out, all right? So I'm gonna bring this up. This is from Zion in America, 1881. It was written from Henry Fingold in 1931, all right? It was reprinted. I'm gonna read this to you real quick. This is on page, hold on. This is on page 43. It says, the traffic in human beings by Portuguese, Dutch, French, and English was an essential ingredient of the early capital formation necessary for the development of capitalist system, and the Jews who were frequently found at the very heart of commerce could not have failed to contribute a proportionate share to the trade directly and indirectly. In 1460, when Jews were masters of the nautical science in Portugal, that nation was importing 700 to 800 slaves yearly. Don't you guys say that y'all ruled Europe? Key number one. Key number two. This is from Jew and Negro slavery in Old South, 1789 to 1865. Remember, family, after 1763, Florida became part of America, the 13 colonies. So from 1863 to 1865, supposedly these folks were being oppressed. But prior to that, in Florida, you're going to find out that they had it really good. Y'all had it real good. Super good. Super, super, super good. Let's go. It says here, I begin with 1789 for the following reasons. Firstly, before discussing Jewish ownership of slaves in the colonies, it would be necessary to consider that the question of Jewish legal status in the colonies in order to investigate the problems of all property ownership by Jews. Secondly, the colonial period was heyday of slave importation from Africa, and northern Jews were far more active in this aspect of slave trade than southern Jews. And thirdly, Jewish settlers in West Indian colonies were at least as influential as those in North America mainland. Remember how we read Webster's Dictionary, 1828, how the Europeans, the northern Europeans or southern Europeans, they were all like swarty, and the southern were darker? This is from a book called The New Voyage of Italy, with curious observation, yada, 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 written in 1739. Okay? 1739, family. So watch what this guy says. He's a weirdo. So he says here on page 139, volume 2, chapter 2, volume 1. Remember, you get that one, the correct one. Here, hold on. Let me go hook you guys up, because this is a killer. This is a sword right here. This cuts people. Bam! Let me see something real quick. Let me read that before I start reading this. Isaiah 30:10. Hey, you know what? I had that scripture in mind earlier, man. Thank you. Which say to the seers, see not, and to prophets, prophesy not unto us right things. No. It wasn't black people that had slaves. No. They are brothers, Doc. No, it can't be. Speak to us smooth things. No, we're the same people. It can't be. No, man. Because, prophesy deceit. You're a racist. Itchy ears love the prosperity gospel. And you know what also too is you love thinking, because you're probably like a short little Mexican, right? and you want to be tall and muscular and maybe, you know what I mean, have that woolly hair, and that's why you fall into this doctrine that you will turn into a black man when the Messiah returns. Silly does. Doesn't Jesus say you can't serve two masters, either God or money? Seems blacks will choose money over God. Man, that's beautiful, bro. Hold on a second.
Bruh. Wait a minute. Who are you?
The servant of money. This could be the black and white people be like the Masonic temple floors? Yeah, that's exactly what it is, brother. You have it right. Hold on, I'll give you this one. Oh no, that's not it. Gotcha, bitch. There you go. Hold on. Gotcha, bitch. So here we go. Okay, let me read it. It says here, but it is ridiculous to imagine that the Jews. Hold on a second. It goes. The Jews are no. Okay, it goes right here. This also a vulgar error that the Jews are all black. For this is only true of the Portuguese Jews. This is written in 1739. Remember? That the Portuguese Jews were black, right? But in this book called Zion in America, it says that from 1416, the main nautical scientists, the main nauticals of science were Portuguese. And they were the ones enslaving many people. But it says here that the Jews, Portuguese, it says this also a vulgar error that the Jews were all black. For this is only true of the Portuguese Jews. There's a reason why. For marrying also among one another beget children like themselves, and consequently, the swartiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race. Even in Northern religions. I'm trying to read fast so I can get to the video. But the Jews who originally are of Germany, those, for example, I have seen in Prague, are not blacker than the rest of these countrymen. Now, black people are like, you see, we're the real Jews. No, let's continue. Though nobody can doubt that those of Jewish nation are destitute, meaning you have zero proof. They're destitute of all authentic tradition. And that, as being Jews, they have not any particular knowledge either of the laws or customs of their ancestors or even of Hebrew language. So even though he admits that the Jews are not all black and the main ones of Portugal were black, but yet the Portuguese were the nautical men. That's why we see a book who the Jewish wrote and shows that Christopher Columbus or what's him, Sardo, whatever his name is, was Swarthy. Things that make you go home. I have, however, been willing to take care of this to satisfy, asking several rabbis. He just goes on and saying, like, he's asking them to pronounce certain words in Hebrew, and they're like all sounding so ridiculously different. It says, having not to forget the diverse doubtful things that are marked in the grammar or which are results of the different opinions of grammaring. The answer I have then to make you in few words about this affair is that these Jews have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, what could they say to Christians, meaning white folks, that the Christians do not already know as well as they? Have they any secret sauce or immediate revelation? Who are those people that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, mon frere, they are they are of a poor sort creatures, so filled with false notions, so conceited of their monstrous ideas, that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them for the fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice. Gotcha. No, folks. What you got, bro? Interesting. Those checker floors are portal squares. Both black and white are required to create and open them. That's pretty deep stuff right there, bro. And as you can see, we keep finding now that historically, it wasn't güeros that were initially enslaving negros. That it was actually Swarty, dark people, enslaving dark people. And then when they came here, they enslaved us as well. White and black. Jews and Moors. White and black. Ashkenazi, Sephardics. British, Muslims. You name it.
You cannot get around these facts. This is all a chess game. Y'all need to learn how to play this game. And you learn it by keeping the laws of God. That's simple.
Things. What are they doing with all this power besides hoarding it for themselves? Y'all tell me.
Spiritual babies on milk, beloveds. I've said too much without saying enough, beloveds. But may those who have ears hear. The Freemasons, there's also the female side, which a lot of people don't talk about, the Eastern Star, which I won't even get too deep into now.
That's Puff Daddy and TD Jakes. Well. What do we have here? Ya le vieron a esta cara, este pinche... Hey, discúlpame, solo me, my brother. You know, you're my older brother, man, and I don't like cussing around you, bro. Pero ya le viste la cara a ese pinche pendejo, güey. Curumeo, what do we got here, my brother of another color? What incentive do you got to teach what you teach? You got a black shirt with yellow, red, and green, and you're not from over there, unless you are. Huh. This is getting deeper.
The Prince Hall.
Hey, Yaki too. It's funny.
Grand Lodge here in the Bahamas making history. The fraternal body announced the appointment of its most worshipful Grand Master and past Grand Priest Leslie Dean to the position of Most Excellent General of Grand Conference Grand Priest of Grand Chapters in the United States and the Bahamas. Dean, who was initiated into Prince Hall Masonry in 1975 in Long Island, is the first Bahamian to be elected to this high post. At a press conference on Thursday, the Most Excellent General High Priest talked about the new position and what it all means for lodge members throughout this country. Now, the Most Excellent General also talked about his future plans to empower young people.
Since assuming office on June 23rd, we have appointed a committee whose responsibility it will be to bring the youth together, and that is called, on that grouping, we are targeting the youth, the young men, and eventually also we will have an alternative group for the young ladies.
Look them up, family. It's all good. All will reveal, man. The story goes, Robert Smalls rescued slaves on board ships. This heroic act allowed slaves to join the Union Army. Small was a member of Freemasons. Yeah, that's, hey, check it. We're going to get to that pretty close, bro. We're about to hit that in a couple minutes. Man, you on the spirit, brother. Stick around. And by the way, I wanna thank this young man from, it's called Thoughts in Camera Action. I don't take absolutely no credit out of him. You did the work, mister, and I want to show you people what you've done. Obviously, you know, these guys moved differently. We don't do this. But as you can see, a lot of these guys are like, I always said, if you focus on race, you are lost in the sauce. Rather, you should know them by their fruits. Good point. We're not safe nowhere. Stay vigilant, my people. Great job on bringing this out to our attention. I've been doing that for a whole year. This was great breakdown. I have been preparing to set fraternal. Okay, cool. But our Father chose the foolish things of the world, shame with the wise. He chose the weak. See, even though you provide proof, because you guys are forgetting that these people that claim to be the people of the Bible use Deuteronomy 28 to slap around the white man as a piñata. And you said it was only white people that did this. It was only white people that enslaved. It was only white people that have had power since the beginning. But see, we know that you haven't. But yet you so-called African American. Oh, you so-called African Americans of the Americas, because you guys are the ones that are really confused, and a couple scattered abroad. You still think you fit the curses. Let's continue.
I am Grand Master of the World's Masonic United Nations, Most Puissant Sovereign Grand Commander, third degree, 99th Frederick Lee McHenry. The time of confrontation, division, struggle for resource and domination is over. The life and future of all humanity are at stake. It is our duty to change the consumer format to a creative one. We support the Creative Society Project, and we will use all legal and peaceful means to implement this ideal as broadly and quickly as possible.
Our global movement, and not religion.
Our global movement. When you ask IOIC or any of these cams, they say it's not a religion, Hawk. As long as they keep you guys in that stupid chart and have you in doubt, they'll have you in submission. As long as they say you are not the leaders, Northern Kingdom are not good leaders, you're not good men, the best men are Judah, that's what they say, and the best women are Judites, that's what they show, you will always be in doubt. So forget religion. It's manipulation, oppression of the mind. Break up that fallow ground. It's time to reign righteousness. Break up that fallow ground, man. Break them claws out of your heads. Let's go.
It's about helping those that cannot help themselves.
We love you, appreciate you, oh King Yahweh. Oh King
Did
Yahweh.
you guys read that? Let me read it for you guys. 1 Corinthians 11 and 13. For such are false prophets, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into apostles of Christ. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into the angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness. You got to keep the laws of God, Hawk. Equal but separate, though.
We love you for what you have done for us to know you, King.
Freemasonry. I think that a lot of people hear the term Freemasonry or see someone that may think they have a Freemasonry ring on or a symbol or something that they see in their background, and then they, especially in this community, oh, that person's got to be evil because they have a compass behind them, or you know what I mean. People who are at the highest level who really understand the Masonry and have some of these quote unquote secret societies that take it serious. Not the ones that are just utilizing it for social gatherings. They understand the true, real power in it.
Okay, if you're not an organization.
What I tell you, bro? Purple and gold, purple and gold. How beautiful is the purple and gold. Psych. Let's go.
Bent on gathering blacks and Latinos back to their true nationality. Since the time of colonialism and slavery, we've been. Okay, if you're not an organization, bent on gathering blacks and Latinos back to their true nationality.
Like, it's open dialogue.
Yeah, you want me to keep talking about it?
By all means, we can talk about anything. But
was like, and then I don't know if you've had this, but I've had people throw millions of dollars in my face to do something I didn't want to do. And what?
That was my way of cueing you. Like, it's open dialogue.
Yeah, you want me to keep talking about it?
By all means, we can talk about anything. But
don't do it.
Yeah, no, of course. Offer time.
The world is truly a stage.
Well, we're in 5 countries.
See what I'm telling you, family? Isn't he a Pan-Africanist? Didn't he go around calling you Mexicans wetbags? No, actually, I think a so-called Puerto Rican a wetbag. I'll show you this real quick. I know why. He's telling you in your face. Oh, no, that's not it.
I'm going to the Renaissance.
No, that's not it. Okay, listen to this.
Put up themselves on Facebook under women's names. It'll be a man posing as a female.
Yes.
You know who you are. Posing as a female.
Yes.
The Conquistador doing that too. Posing as a female on Facebook and saying, yeah, I am IOIC, putting up incriminating pictures of us.
Right.
I am this, I am that. You think you slick? You know
Okay. All of a sudden, these memes come up where everybody picture and stuff typed on it. You started that. We know who you are. You edited video to lie on me. That trend started by you. That's
the Weasel. The Weasel.
That's right. Okay, the Conquistador.
Yes. Wow. And guess what, wetback? And guess what, wetback? And guess what, wetback? And guess what, wetback?
The funny part is that they call us conquistadors, like these motherfuckers. For real. Look at this shit, bro. Like, for real. This is why I think white folks hate you guys. I don't know who's the biggest liar. You guys work together. We're the conquistadors? What's that book? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see something. Matter of fact, let me let it play.
We know who you are too.
Countries in Africa. We have about 50 congregations in the United States and other places.
Yeah.
So when Christ came and he said, go ye therefore and teach all nations, he wasn't saying this is for everybody on the planet. So the controversy amongst the Israelite community, Native Americans never went into slavery on ships. That's not true. That Holocaust of 1940 to 1945, you find out that they all broke off from the Roman Catholic Church. And they were all started when? Between the late 1600s, early 1800s, excuse me. Meaning, you mean that the Jehovah's Witness was started while we were in shackles and chains? Yeah.
No, you guys were not in shackles and slaves. Stop lying to yourselves. Stop trying to make people, sympathetic. Here's for you dumb Hispanics that are in these rooms.
The blacks who were.
Hey, you know what's so funny, man? I was about to say the same shit without even like realizing like that I just let it play. It's just so funny, man. It's just so ridiculously funny. How long are we going to handle these lies? Let me look for it. Let's continue.
Were colonized and enslaved are indeed the 12 tribes of Israel, according to the biblical text.
By the way, listen to what he says. He doesn't say past tense. He says present. So basically, Fopi, if you were smart, you would cut this up and be like, yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's a black Negro. Let's continue.
There's no biblical text that can prove the Jews
in the Bible were Caucasians or are Caucasians. There's no biblical text that says or proves Jesus Christ is a Caucasian or
Right. Yeah, but there's no biblical proof that says that he was Negro either.
Keep my name out your mouth.
fuck that puto.
We can prove that, but let's continue.
White man. All the biblical texts prove that Christ is black. Moses was black. The Apostle Paul was black.
Christ was black. Moses was black. The apostle was black. Hold on a second. Was Abraham black? Abraham came from the Ur of the Chaldees. Was he black?
And the 12 tribes of Israel are black. And the 12 tribes of Israel are black.
See, he says present tense. And the 12 tribes of Israel are black. So this proves that Fopi wasn't wrong in regards to what they believe. They were saying the whole time, IUIC is just a hidden concept of their fucking belief. These Negroes really think they're superior than you, even though they have a horrible more history than you. It's unfortunate that you want a heritage that don't belong to you. And that's why I've been showing the video since the get-go. The manipulation really does go far. And I'm going to tell you something. There ain't nobody from this school that can prove me wrong. Nor IUIC. No IUIC. Oh, wait, IUCPK. I don't know what the fuck you call yourself no more. IUCPK or Sakari shit, man. They're all pegged out. DMS, I'll leave y'all alone. I'll leave y'all alone, man. You know what I mean? I don't feel sorry for you guys, but I'll leave y'all alone. I kind of like the spirit that you guys have, even though you believe in the whole fucking bullshit that we came out of you. No, we did not come out of you. Abraham was not an African.
And the 12 tribes of Israel are black.
You see, he said they were, and then are. Raza mensa, cabrón.
Yes, I was in Ghana, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and especially Ghana. You might not worship white Jesus. Millions of our
You know what? That's a good point. Conquistadors, wetbacks, 1 minute, and then explain, you want to be white so bad. Which one is it? I see what you're saying. First we conquistadors, then we're fucking wetbacks. Who let this nappy fool tell y'all that he was right? I'm sorry, but you know what you would call me? A wet beaner. Right.
on millions of our people to this day need do.
Yeah.
Our goal is to undo that witchcraft of spells that they're under.
Which one? Your net 17? Which one? Which one? Your San Diego classes and shit that you guys don't teach nothing else but fucking blackity black, 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 black. That's it. And you're in San Diego. The majority of the people here are his like raza and shit. Look, black, 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 black. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. But it's like, you're saying that we're, you know, a mixture, supposedly. But it's like black, 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 blackity black. Y'all full of shit, man. Man, none of you guys fit the fucking curses in the first place. Do you want me to go into the diet? Hell no. Let's go.
The world is truly a stage.
Praise Yahweh. See, if I had come through man, then I could have only been raised 33 degrees. Praise Yahweh. See, if I had come through man, then I could have only been raised 33 degrees.
Yahweh Ben Yahweh was born Hulan Mitchell Jr. and grew up in Oklahoma, a one-time member of the Nation of Islam.
Hey, God bless you, my friend and sister Sharon. And today, my assignment is to give understanding about the false.
By the way, if you guys understand the whole prophecy of the way it ends with two-headed wing. The prophecy ends with two heads. The prophecy, the end of the beast, ends with two heads. Let's continue.
Doctrine and teaching that women are not allowed to teach and preach. God help us today. My friend.
About blacks and Latinos, there's no difference with blacks and Latinos.
Yeah, Latinos, meaning like people like you, but there is a difference between blacks and indigenous. Please get that straight. Stop the bullshit. We don't need no fucking empathy. Let's go.
When you see the same messed up schools, the same hospitals, and if you come together and stop.
See, you see what I'm saying, family? Here we go, man. I'm telling you. That's why Joshua said, don't do those things. Israel defeated AI. We've done this already, but no, you guys want to take accursed things from them and bring them to us again. And he said, what? He said, verse 9, for the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear it and shall environ us round about and shall environ us round and cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do unto thy great name? Hey, you guys realize what that shit is saying? Let's go to it. Damn, man, I haven't seen that in a while. Wow. Listen to this. Listen to all you sucker motherfuckers that do not believe in the fact that these wabos are so fake, so haters, so disgusting, so Canaanite. They're willing to do this. Joshua 7:9. For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear of it, and shall environ us around, and cut off our name from the earth. I think that was a fucking mosquito. And cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do unto thy great name? Are you seeing this right here? So we see that the Canaanites want to cut off our name. Are they not doing that right now? What are you going to say? Don't be offended. Deal with it. Yeah, that was deep. So is man limited to 33? So when open up to the damn demons to possess them, so the underworld governs them. Yeah, pretty much. But you know, it's funny because I saw the 6 and then 3. Check it out, bro. 3 plus 3 is 6. Right? 6 plus 6 is 36. 6 divided into 36 is 6. 36. 666. Yeah, man, he's a snake, bro. Let me see this real quick. I'm gonna go to the top. BHI color versus debunked by spiritual context truth. That's for sure, bro. They say the Bible is the black man's history book, but yet it was written. It was the white man that gave them the Bible. True that. Nate, the snake is wrong. Is wrong. The Holy Family is not all. It's not black. Yeah, man. See, there goes the tetragrammaton that comes from the modern Hebrew and Masoretic text. I read yours, Meshi. Leviticus 18:3. After the doings of the land of Egypt, where ye dwelt, you shall not do. And after the doings of land of Canaan, whither I bring you, you shall not do, neither shall ye walk in. That's why Jeremiah, great scripture, bro. Jeremiah says this: hear the word of the Lord, which the Lord spake unto you, O house of Israel. They said and thus say the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen. Be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heavens are not dismayed at them. Like Mesha, you were saying, it seems hopeless, right? You see all of these right here, and every single one of you so-called Hispanics, what you're saying is that you're gonna be reborn again and look like that guy, or that guy, or this guy. Let's go.
Stop separating the two, you will see that the power in numbers will get us exactly what we need in the hood. Don't fight your brothers and your sisters. We won. No matter how you look at this thing.
The children of Israel, the so-called Hispanics, read, and the children of Judah, you so-called American blacks, were oppressed together. We in the hoods together. We walk.
No, that's not true. We were not oppressed together. Okay? We were not oppressed together. Let me show you something. First of all, y'all had it really good. Black society in Spanish Florida. Let me read the bottom part. Assisted by the corporate nature of Spanish society, Spain's medieval tradition of integration and assimilation, and the almost constant threat to Spanish sovereignty in Florida, multiple generations of Africans leveraged linguistic, military, diplomatic, and arsenal skills into citizenship and property rights. In this remote Spanish outpost in Florida, where they could become homesteaders, property owners, and entrepreneurs, blacks enjoyed more legal and social protection than they would again until almost 200 years of Anglo history passed after 1763. We did not go through the same curses. Black conquistadors, several of them right there. Black conquistador. Y'all give it here. Black conquistador. He's doing it with the mind and the spirit. Black conquistador, half white, half black. Whatever. All right. I'm going to show you this one here. Here, let's see how this is how great it was for us. Okay. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. These black conquistadors set an examples of subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in early English settlements in the Caribbean and in North America. See, they had it good everywhere. What are you guys talking about? Only until the 13 colonies were created. Then it was an issue. After 1776. Prior to 1776, y'all didn't have it bad. After 1776, that's when it started. And then a whole year later, 1865, you guys completely lost. After that, you complain about segregation and, like civil rights and all that stuff. But prior to, you don't know anything about you. You don't know. We do, because we got the Spanish literature. Then it says, indeed, wherever Spain set a flag of conquest, in America, Africans help hold the pennant. We're not the same people.
Around blind together. Right. We walking around getting gunned down together. Right.
We're not getting gunned down together, okay? We're getting separated from our families at the border. They're telling us that we're illegal aliens. You guys run from cops because God knows why. Just say, here, yes, officer, here's my ID. Just say that. But you won't. That is what the Mexicans in Sakari push. Latino black shame in the same ghettos, discriminated. It's not true, bro. It's not true, bro. And notice how these BHIs use the new images of black Hebrews in the street, yet they never use those from the icons of Russia, which some have straight hair. Yeah, I know. Exactly, bro. Hey, shalom, Elishaba. There's an icon of John's decapitated head with straight hair. Not saying those icons are true either, but just saying, well, listen, Aaron's beard went down all the way to his garment. David's hair was hair like a goat. Mary's hair, Mary used her hair to wipe the feet of Jesus. That was Mary Magdalene, not her mom. I made a mistake yesterday, my bad. Freemasons plan out in centuries. They plot that claim long ago. Latinos were the original DJs and breakdancers and graffiters in the 80s, but Canaanites blew up with rap and supported by whitey and black. Yeah, it's true. Why do you think they all take over? They took over the whole gangster theory, the gangster theme, or the lowriders and all that shit. You know, the Chucks and and Converse and all that, bro. That's us. Let's go.
So in 1990, I came into the truth that we Black people, Latinos, Native Americans are part of the 12 tribes of Israel, which includes the diaspora scattered worldwide. 12 tribes worldwide. And it's up to us to gather our people back together.
Hey, look at that, Elisheva. You're familiar with these guys. Check that out.
Hello, my name is Dan Peterson, founder of Helping Hand Outreach, and church leaders are facing incredible pressure to avoid political and social issues. Helping Hand Outreach can help your faith-based organization successfully navigate this crisis. Are you afraid to speak about political and social issues? Do you want local leaders and national leaders who reflect spiritual morals, ethics, and values? The best way to form your church is a 508c1a because it does not waive rights and speech restrictions compared to all other nonprofits. The Billy Graham Evangelical Association, one of the largest evangelism ministries in America, approved for Association of Church status in 2016. After 66 years of operation as a nonprofit, they were audited by the IRS and subsequently changed their organization to church status.
What a coincidence, huh?
Africans sold us into slavery, a very convenient argument being promoted more and more by people who seem to feel the need to justify their allegiance to Britain in particular and the West in general. But they're not going to tell you that. You know why? Because they're not just stating the facts. This is a political argument, as I've already said, to justify allegiance to Britain and the West, but also to provide a defense for Britain and the West in relation to issues of justice, such as reparations. And that go on. And we just have to know that and act accordingly.
You know, this lesson, sisters and brothers, that the Lord called me to put together is what's wrong with the world.
And what thou seest, write it in a book. So Christ tells John.
Answer the question of who the fuck brought smallpox to the Americas. IUIC, can I go get IUIC, ISUPK, GMS? None of you guys can run from this shit. You guys brought smallpox to America. So then prove to us that you guys are the indigenous people, especially when you say that you also ruled Europe. So then you enslaved the white man, which means you also knew his language. So how the fuck are you the Hebrews of the Bible if the Bible says no? It doesn't work like that. Who are you, motherfuckers? Sorry to be so blunt. Sorry to be so cussing tonight. I mean, seriously. It says Deuteronomy 28:27, the Lord shall smite thee with the botches of Egypt. When did that happen to y'all? Here in the Americas. If you say you enslaved them and you subjugated them, so then how does this apply? Deuteronomy 28:64, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth even unto another. Now you guys run to that shit all quick, but you ignore the rest of the part. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which thou and thy fathers have known. What are you saying? You know Christianity for a long time. Listen, I'm dancing with y'all. I'm skillful with the milk. Deuteronomy 28:35, and the Lord shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs and with the sore botch of Egypt that cannot be healed. When did that happen to y'all? Here. When?
Here's another one. The Lord shall bring thee and thy kings which thou shalt set over thee. You didn't have no king. Unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. You said you knew the white man because you enslaved him. Unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. You said you knew the white man. You said you enslaved them in 711 AD and all the way through 1492. And then that's all of a sudden when the fucking shit fell and now you're over here in America.
Bruh. Wait a minute. Who are you?
IYC, you guys are chumps. You guys are chumps. You're weak. You're weak people that lead people astray. And you think you're actually doing something for somebody. Look at y'all, man. Look, what do you do? The majority of the people in San Diego are not even black. But the majority of your classes are black. Y'all are Canaanites, bro. Stop denying it. And you know, guess what? We can debate it all day, any day, every day. The sad part is that, you know what? A lot of you guys are furry creatures. And I'm not talking about these people. I'm talking about you funky ass Hispanics. You're furry creatures. You're like, oh, well, you know, I mean, they must have meant something. I don't want to be offensive. Really? When it has everything to do with your heritage and you want to give it up like a booty hole. You're weak, man. Y'all are weak. Look, man, look at this, bro. They don't give a fuck about you, bro. This is not about your gente. Look at this idiot right here. There you go right there. There you go right there. But okay, do you know what they say about the umbilical? The Mexico? They say that Mexico is the definition of the umbilical. But they don't go deeper in that. You see, they don't teach nothing else but what these leaders supposedly say. This is San Diego, bro. You would think like, oh, good, they got more Hispanic people looking. Nah, fuck no, bro. They don't give a fuck about y'all. What is this? I was there, bro. Every moment that they had a chance to, like, I guess you could say, slow down the progress of my growth, I could tell. Because they don't like gente like me to speak the way I speak. Because if I speak the way I speak, it takes away from the negro shit that makes them believe that they're Judites. Y'all ain't Judites, bro. Y'all are Canaanites, especially with this fucking spirit, bro. For real. So I always say to everybody, nobody has invited me to no debate. I get some random ass fucking, what do you call it? I don't want to say that. Random Christians. See this right here? Look. Y'all want to listen to this class? It's all about blackity black. I get it, man. If you're black, bro, it's favorable for you. But that doesn't mean that you're the same people. That doesn't mean that you're the same tribe. Just because you're black don't make you the same people. Mizraim, Lut, Put, Canaan. What the fuck, man? But I guess it's convenient when it's emotional. And you see, just what I'm saying, bro. Like, look, listen. In San Diego, the majority of the people are raza. And look at the majority of the people in here. Black, 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 black. Do you want me to tell you? It's offensive, to be honest with you. Black, 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 black. They don't give a fuck about y'all, you know, gente, bro. And they know for a fact, listen, who brought smallpox to America? First answer that question, and then maybe I will entertain the purple and gold once more. Let's continue.
What you see, I want you to write it in a book.
The world is truly a stage.
On hand for Brother Ford's installation ceremony at the Princess Romana Hotel was Pro-Grand Chancellor of the United Grand Lodge of England, Peter Geoffrey Luns. He shared his view on the significance of the installation of Ghana's youngest ever district Grand Master.
He's a young man, and Masons perhaps have been accused of being rather elderly on many occasions, but actually the average age of people coming into Freemasonry is going down, and therefore to have somebody of Brother Ford's age, in his 40s, coming into the first top job.
They say we lost a great brother. I say even though he wasn't with the fraternity that long, to dismiss the $550 million civil lawsuit in Nichols' death, which was filed in April by his family and civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump. And
Ida B. Well matters, Thurgood Marshall matters, Dr. King matters, Rosa Parks matters, Shirley Chisholm, John Lewis. They were not mere footnotes in the history books. They were the heroes.
First Africans, not slaves. Strong documentary proves that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that the chattel slavery of them did not start until 1659 or 1682. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. White people are mad at them because they know this shit. But you see, white people can't really say it in national TV because then they're going to show that they had weakness in their rulership.
Who are you?
See what I'm saying? That white folks don't want to admit that they work together with the black man and the black woman to enslave the indigenous people of this land. And no, they were not African looking like you. Shut the fuck up. I mean, why would you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I would not do that to my people unless you guys are just fucking hateful ass motherfuckers. And how can you tell who the hell you are? Strong documentary proves that the first Africans in America were not slaves and that the chattel slavery of them did not start until but about 1659 and 1682. Didn't we read another book that said that after the second quarter of the 17th century, which means after 1650, right, it's given the competent research, four of whom are J.H. Russell, M.P. Andrew, Mary Standard, and Helen Cathero. So you guys can follow up with them. That means they wrote a lot of extensive stuff about these Negro slavers. Russell, in this chapter, Origin of the Free Negro Class, calls the belief that the first Negroes were slaves a popular error, maintained and supported by the large number of writers. Fake ass fools, liars, thieves.
And I pray for each of you, God's blessings, God's presence, His anointing, His discernment. Come on, let's give our leadership another hand. We certainly appreciate their being with us.
And to hear a word from our leadership is also a blessing.
Jesus.
Take heed to the words.
Hold on a second. Heathen. You fake ass Khazars. Y'all are just like Khazars, bro. Y'all fake ass Hebrews.
From the pastor today. Have hope. Have hope.
In this season of rebirth, may you feel your faith renewed and your heart made anew.
The world is truly a stage.
I am benign.
Listen to me, brother. I understand that. I do. But then what comes after that? How do you explain the corruption of other nations? If you believe that we are like, those people, then we need to protect ourselves, right? What do you want? You don't want watchmen to let you know? Let's say, for example, that you're in charge of our brotherhood, right? And you have a certain understanding. And you hear a brother like me saying, hey, bro, watch out for that shit. Watch out for that shit. Watch out for that shit. Maybe I'm the pillar of the corner, letting you know, watch out for that shit. But that doesn't mean that you still have to let our people get corrupted with shit. I know you want to feel a little sensitive about stuff, but listen, man, this is not the time for doing that at all. Let's continue.
Aya Ben Israel.
In this season of rebirth,
And I would like to welcome you to the African Israelite Justice Foundation.
You hear that shit? African Israelite. Come on, bro. IUIC, IUCPK, GMS, how come y'all don't bring this up and say, no, man, it's not about African. It's about us indigenous and us African American people. Now, fuck all y'all, bro. Y'all don't give a hell about our gente. You want to oppress our people. That's what it is. And because you know what? I see the insecurity of your nation. You're just insecure people. That's what it is. Your spirit is weak. Your flesh is strong. Your flesh is very strong. But your spirit is weak. This is why you can't understand raza when they go in boxing. Raza is not muscular. Their flesh is not strong. But their spirit is super strong. That's Jacob. Let it go, man, or you're going to run into the wrong extension.
Roughly 9 months ago, the world witnessed the unprecedented persecution of Kyrie Irving.
What did I tell you, my brothers? You mofos are something else. But you know what? Just like the brother said right now, I'm going to read it for you real quick, bro. I'm going to read it for you real quick, bro. I think it's here. Oh, no. What did I do? What did I do? It was right here. Hey, who supported that guy, man? IUIC, bro. The purple and green, the purple and yellow, man. All those Negroes that want to say that the only way that you're Hebrew was if you came out of their nutsack. That's sad, bro. Remember this book? You Hispanics for believing. Remember I told you I bought it? The sad ass people. 1 month before December 14th, 2022, I received this book December 15th, 2022. Copyright reserved 2020. Copyright 2012, revised 2022. A month before the Irving stuff happened, right? I mean, a month after the Irving stuff happened, I ordered the book. 10 years in the making. But in this very book, they thank Kyrie Irving. Huh. Things that make you go,
For it was then that African Israelites around the world, and in particular here in the States, realized that
no, y'all ain't Israelites. You guys are Africans, Canaanites. Fucking get that shit through your head. Okay, I didn't mean to do that.
Remember this book? You incidents.
Hello, my name is Dan Peterson, founder of Helping Hand Outreach, and church leaders are facing incredible pressure to avoid political and social issues. Helping Hand Outreach can help your faith-based organization successfully navigate this crisis. Are you afraid to speak about political and social issues? Do you want local leaders and national leaders who reflect spiritual morals, ethics, and values? The best way to form your church is a 508c1a because it does not waive rights and speech restrictions compared to all other nonprofits. The Billy Graham Evangelical Association, one of the largest evangelism ministries in America, approved for Association of Church status in 2016. After 66 years of operation as a nonprofit, they were audited by the IRS and subsequently changed their organization to church status.
See what I mean, bro? Yeah, work together all the time. Stop fucking bullshitting, man. You love each other, hate each other. Let's go.
What a coincidence, huh?
Africans sold us into slavery, a very convenient argument being promoted more and more by people who seem to feel the need to justify
in Israel.
Shut the fuck up, because you know what? We've been reading the books and you guys did sell each other to yourself. So shut the fuck up. I don't like that fucking bullshit, sympathy, empathy. I'm done with it. Well, how do they feel about us? They're trying to tell you that we're not even from here.
So you guys are not. Psalms 52, 2 and 3. Thy tongue deviseth mischief. Oh, we're the 12 tribes. You know what? Just saying that all blacks are Hebrew Israelites not working. Let's kind of include all the Hispanics, and then we'll exclude them. Like a sharp razor working deceitfully. The 12 tribe chart is real. It's a lie. Thou loveth evil more than good, and lying rather than speak righteousness, Salah. Because you're so willing to lie. Seriously.
Bruh. Wait a minute. Who are you?
The Canaanites.
There was
Bro, let's be real, man. Let's be fucking real. Like, what is it gonna take? Okay, let's go back to the basics. Seriously, basics. The Lord shall smite, Deuteronomy 28:22. The Lord shall smite thee with consumption, or with a fever, or with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning. Verse 27. The Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Okay? Verse 60. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. When the fuck did you Negroes get smallpox in America? That's a serious question. Because in this scripture, in this chapter, it's telling you 3 times that you're dealing with it. And you said, you BHI stupid asses. Oh, well, it happens in different slavery moments. How come I don't get none of this? What is his name? Reverend? Where are y'all at, man? How come? Where is this like confirmation of like BHI or black people supposedly being Hebrews? how come they can't show up to this channel and tell me like, yo, man, you're wrong because, you know, yada, yada, yada. But listen, when the fuck did this happen to you? When did you black folks get the botches of Egypt in America that decimated you, by the way? But you can't just get the botches of Egypt. You get them and then it decimates you. Because it says it right there. Until thou be destroyed. When did that happen to black people here in America? Or when did that even occur to black people here in America? Even if they say like, where they were the Indians and all of a sudden they changed their names. Okay, sounds good. So when were black folks diminishing around here that we know about? Why am I being ignored? There's 8 fucking motherfuckers of you watching this channel, and I know about maybe like 2% of you don't like my channel, and about maybe 1% are BHI watching my shit. So answer my question. When the fuck did the botches of Egypt happen to black people here in the Americas? Black people. Dear Mr. Negroes, I want to know. You see how it's not fair? You see how when you look at the Bible, you don't apply? You have nothing to do with Abraham. You have nothing to do with Isaac. You have nothing to do with Jacob. Why the fuck do you think that you're gonna fucking overcome people with pictures and shit? Because you're like, oh, well, black folks have shit on their caps. Show me before you go to imagery. Because we're tired of that shit, man. Let's continue.
There's no organization to plead our cause, to voice our concerns, or to point out the hypocrisy.
And we wanted to reach out to Bishop Nathaniel because there's been a lot of, conversations about,
Now you guys are starting to find out why he went to certain channels, why he went to the first one where that guy was, where is he?
First of all, this motherfucker doesn't like us at all, man. He calls Mexicans, Hispanics, like he don't give a shit. Like this motherfucking nappy ass headed motherfucker too. Hey, listen, I'll say it like that, bro, because you want to know something? You call me illegal wetback spig. I know in secret you do. I don't give a fuck about color. But I'll call you nappy ass headed all day. Let's go.
This guy here, that guy first, and then this other guy here. And then now he's back with this guy again. Let's go.
The situation with Kyrie Irving, and we know all the fallout with that. So
remember Kyrie Irving? Remember the book that I showed y'all? This is why I don't trust none of these people. This is why you guys think like, he's been, no, man, I don't care about them. They're fucking wicked. You don't even know that they got some power, understanding, or some kind of leverage. And I'm going to tell you something about this little nappy-headed motherfucker over here. When he calls me a wetback, I'm going to call him a nappy-headed bastard. You call me a wetback? Nappy. Wetback, nappy-headed bastard. You want to call me a wetback? I'm going to say it again. You are a nappy-headed bastard. Don't ever call me a wetback. Well, I will call you a nappy-headed bastard. Let's go.
So Bishop Nathaniel is one of the people that we could reach out to.
Now they have Jaylen Brown apologizing and explaining himself for tweeting a video of the Hebrew Israelites gathering in support of Kyrie. This censorship of black male speech is insane, he wrote in a tweet. I was not aware of what specific group that was outside of Barclays Center tonight, Brown wrote. I was celebrating the unification of our people, welcoming the return of Kiri to the court. First glance I thought it was a known fraternity, the CK.
Hear that shit? Jalen Brown confusing black Hebrew Israelites for Omega Psi Phi is a bigger issue than he realized. They were offended. So I believe that Nate the Snake, because he went to Brown College, and that shit is Chi Phi, all that fucking bullshit, like Freemasonry crap. They hated the fact that he did that. Shut up, Nate. I know you. You a punk. Do you want me to tell you, bro? I know the weakness of all you Canaanites. You're the worst of the worst, but guess what? You're dealing with Joshua today. Let's continue, man. Let's continue.
Omega Psi Phi, Stepn, showing support. The world is truly a stage.
I'm telling you. See, I told you that shit before. Matter of fact, I bought a book. Let me let the video explain itself. Family. This Kylie Irving studies with IUIC. Mark my words. Jeremiah 23:32. Behold, I am against them that prophesy false dreams, say the Lord, and do tell them, and cause my people to err by their lies. We're the same people, that they all suffered the same way as you did. Lie. We don't even have a Mexican college. You hear that? We never even had a Mexican college. All of a sudden, Irving I'm indigenous. I'm a Negro indigenous. Shut your fucking African ass up. You ain't never gonna be indigenous. But you know what? I'll let you continue. Let's go. Two of them. 20-something years after 1865? No, almost 30 years. By 1892 or 91, you guys had black colleges. But weren't you just freed? Make it make sense. It says here, and by their likeness, yet I sent them not, nor commanded them. Therefore they shall not profit these people at all, saith the Lord. So that reminds me of this particular one, Deuteronomy 18. Well, no, it says here, 18:20. But the prophet which shall presume to speak in my word, and a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, no shall speak in the name of other gods. Even that prophet shall die. Why? Verse 22. When a prophet speaking in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken. Didn't ISUPK, IUIC, they came from the origin. Listen, you guys need to understand this. ISUPK, IUIC, GMS, Sakari all came from the origin of the people that said that the end of the world was in 2000. They said that. There's videos out there. They were telling people, preaching, the end of the world, da, 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 da. Scriptures say, if they're prophesying some shit, and that shit don't come to pass, I didn't send them. I've been prophesying shit for quite some time, and the stuff that I've been saying has been coming to pass. Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. I'm just saying, I like to believe that I don't lie. These guys, One West, taught that the end of the world was in 2000. Let's go.
We about 30 minutes in. Good. Let's go to number 3 here. when you speak about what white supremacy done to us in history,
See, fam, don't fall for this. They're not blaming themselves. They're blaming Rome. No, you guys are the Amorites of the Bible and the Canaanites of the Bible. That's who you guys are. You're not the people of the book. You use Deuteronomy 28 to tell everybody in the whole world that it was the white man that enslaved everybody. Since white and black folks came here, I'm going to remind you guys something, black folks. In the 13 colonies, you were there. As the land was taken from us, regardless of whether you call yourself
Hey, sorry, fam. Like I accidentally closed the window. Hold on a second. Where's that video? Oh yeah, give me a second.
call yourself slaves of them, you still partook in their action. And every deed that you have in this land was created by a religious fiction. The papal bull, through the discovery, the doctrine of discovery, you actually implemented it through law. White and black. Stop blaming religions. It's people. It's nations. It's not individuals, family. It's nations, because it requires their spirit to support the BS. Because you don't see Raza talking about this or pushing this agenda. We're asking for truth. White, black, white, black,
And
white,
you go
black.
study,
That's all I
look
see.
up that word boule, B-O-U-L-E.
Hey, matter of fact, you know what? Now I know why. Now I know why. Now I know why. No wonder. You guys are this, because both of you people do this.
Your engine is not revving up. You know what you need? You need a Holy Ghost.
Hey, you guys want to see the real video? I'm gonna show you the real video. Here it goes, right here.
The golden calf. They worship.
Oh my God! You know what I always assumed. It's all right, man. Shit. Here you go. This is a real video.
Your engine is not revving up. You know what you need? You need a Holy Ghost.
Yeah, that's how they are, man. Let's go.
Your engine is not revving up. You know what you need?
Sweating black folks, man. What you want me to tell you, bro? Let's continue.
You need a Holy Ghost. Your engine is not revving up. You
All right, I could let it play. I could let it play often, but damn. Shit. Wow. Wow. I'm just going to tell you. That's what it is. What else does it matter? How often are we going to be like ignoring this shit? Often. Is that okay?
revving up. You
Damn, man. Oh, man.
Let me step ahead. Here we go.
The latter time, some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils.
And you'll find out this is what most of these supposedly civil rights people belong to. And when I give you this understanding, you will know why we never get anything accomplished. The boule.
I think that you believe in the 12 tribe chart that black folks are Judah and the so-called Hispanics are Ephraim. Is that what it is? No. Black folks are not Judah. They're not, man. Y'all need to get that shit out of your head. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. You guys are not Judah. Get rid of it. And I know you don't like me, but you're going to have to fucking hear me. Just like the beginning of Joshua. Joshua went into the land of Canaan and told them, no, you're not who you think you are. You're not who you think you are. Let it go. You may be, but you're far from it. Let's continue.
Means advisor to the king. That means their job was to advise the king. So their job was to advise the king.
So explain this to me, black Hebrew Israelites. How can you now use Deuteronomy 28? You have a 12-type chart that excludes widows and includes almost every black person you claim is you people. But you guys are all over the cereal. Y'all are all up in the Oreo.
Hey, Philip. Sorry, man. I couldn't get that turned on. Did you know that you guys brought smallpox to America? People that look like you. and you decimated our people. And people that look like you help people that look like them. Do you know that? Or are you going to bring up some bullshit? Yo.
About the black community. We've been managed by those people who stay in power. And let me bless you for real. The real power of this is in the church. See, a lot of these preachers are in these secret societies. And that's why they can't preach anything. Their job is not to enlighten you. Their job is to house you. It is to pacify you. It is to give you a good feeling about your suffering. But never cause you to say there is a reason behind this. Their job is to guide.
I don't hate you, brother. Much love. I don't hate you either. I'm just trying to find the truth.
Your voting by allowing these so-called Democrats or whoever they are come in and buy you a family life building and give you your votes.
Freemasonry is a worldwide organization of men and women who actually go out and do charity works to.
Nah, it's not that, man. It's just I get a lot of attacks. That's it. You know, maybe I put you in that little space, but you know what? You know, represent yourself, and then we'll be all good. Let's go. Listen, people in this channel, we think things through. We don't jump on anything. Let's continue.
Try and make the world a better place.
Monies for charity in Masonry is from Masons, individual Masons.
So projects that I want to bring to your attention as a citizen, what can I do? Do you allow for lobbying from ordinary people?
Not lobbying, but you can present a petition.
Okay.
And based on the merits, yes, it will be approved. I mean, in the past few years, we've taken on projects. Some in the north. We've also donated special medical equipment to the medical school this very last year. We've done some in the Western region, Kwanta Hospital, you know, and other places.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what time is it on Saturday? Is this open to
yes,
people?
It is open to the public.
Okay.
In fact, it will be nice to have a lot of people around during this handing over ceremony.
So from what time on Saturday?
From 9 o'clock.
In the morning.
In the morning.
Okay. All right. In the absence of any other thing that you want to share with us, since I cannot be a member.
I look forward to the day when we're going to have a female order in this country.
So far, the NAACP Board of Directors member has found his visit inspiring, emotional, and rewarding. Henry is part of the group of almost 300 touring Ghana this week. On Thursday, some delegation members visited the home of W.E.B. Du Bois, the famous American writer and civil rights activist who moved to Ghana in his later years.
Now that I'm here right now at the W.E.B. Du Bois Center was monumental because he was one of the founders of our organization, and just to come and see the work that he did, him and his wife did when they came to Ghana was just monumental for me. It was emotional, but just to see it.
To worry about genealogy, the truth is in the book and the book is alone. Not really. Not really, man. Because we have people from other nations. They want to take Abraham, my forefather, into another land that he was never hanging out in. He was never in Africa. Why the fuck are people making Abraham be like an African? He was never there. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob all went to Padam Aram to pick up a woman. That was not in Africa. Let's continue.
That person was life-changing for me.
And we admit part of the fault is ours. We didn't talk to people about what.
Emily, that's why Psalms 83 says this. You guys missed this. Now, matter of fact, I'll read this to you. Habakkuk 1:5. Behold ye among the heathen, and regard, and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. This right here, I'll show it to you later, but it's literally telling you that this here, Psalms 83, the crafty counsel, tabernacle of Edom, and then it finishes with several of the Philistines, Tyre, right? That's why when you go to Judges, it says here, now these are the generations, Judges 3:1, which the Lord left to prove Israel by them, even as many as Israel had not known all the wars of Canaan. Only that the generation of children of, only that the generations of the children of Israel might know, to teach them war, at least such as not knew nothing thereof. Namely, 5 lords of the Philistines, all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, all the Canaanites. You hear me? All the Canaanites. Okay? Not just some, all of them. And the Sidonians and the Hivites that dwell in Mount Lebanon, from the Mount Baal Hermon unto the entering of Hamath. Black, white.
What we do. This is the reason why I've written this book. 300 years ago, when modern Freemasonry as we know it came into being, our forefathers, they never usually would talk to those who are not Freemasons about our fraternity. Even here in Ghana, as I was growing up, you will find that our old men in our villages, in our communities, they won't talk to their families about Freemasonry, they won't talk to their children, and therefore they acquired a certain aura of mysticism around them. Somehow the old people enjoyed it.
He said they all enjoy mysticism around them. Africans love mysticism. Why the fuck you guys deny that shit? This is your heritage. But apparently you guys think that we're like just being rude and shit. Nah, we ain't fucking rude. We're just being real.
It made them feel very important. Where I'm standing is called the Worshipful Master's Chair. When we meet, the first portion of our meetings may be described as business meeting, like any other organization. So this is the place where the chairman or the managing director, or in our case, the master of the Lord, who's in charge of the Lord. When we are in session, this is where he sits. So the first part is to talk about normal things.
Brethren, please be upstanding to receive your worshipful master, accompanied by his wardens.
Now, Freemasons have for a long time been seen as occultists belonging to a secret society. This has spawned hundreds of myths about their doctrines and practices. The Ghana chapter is, however, out to debunk these myths with the launch of a book titled The Freemasons, to be attended by key members such as the Asantehene Otumfuo Tutu II and former President John Ejikun Kufuor. Journalist Maxwell Agwagwa caught up with the author of the book, Abraham Jesse, at the Freemasons Hall in Accra, and has come through with this report.
A Freemason is about secret society. Because of the movies and the trend of Nigerian movies, people have having misconception about these Freemasons.
Okay, I know it's a society usually of men and women, quietly influential in society, yeah, and I think it's a...
Hey fam, when the fuck did we know that supposedly, you know, secret society or masonry was even accessible to us? Stop letting these fucking foreigners tell you who you are. Don't let no foreigner
tell you who you are. They're stupid. Just look at them. Let's continue.
Of awkward people. And one thing I have heard about it is they've sold their soul to the devil for fame, for wealth.
Those views capture what some people think of Freemasons, occults, and a group of men who have sold their souls to the devil for fame and riches. I've met the author of the book, Abraham GC, on the compound of the Freemasons Hall in Accra. He's at the St. Andrew's Lodge for an informal discussion with his colleagues.
From some people saying that there's one of their members there, they were able to raise the person, and they will ask him what happened to him, who killed him, so that they go and show the person. Or all kinds of things. All these are not true. But even plain criminals who want to do people will do anything and say we are lost people. So the word lost people have been used purely in its negative sense to represent all manner of wrongdoings.
So you can see that motherfuckers like this guy, Philip Brand, that believes in this bullshit, he is part of the indoctrination. You're just a Negro that believes that you're a Hebrew, but you're a Canaanite. That's what it is. We don't lie in this channel. I hate to tell you. Let's continue.
I'm at the Elmina Castle now, and as you can see behind me, I'm right in front of one of the dungeons where our forefathers were kept before they were sent outside to the New World. Very, very sad place to have a look at. But I'll let you see a bit of the inner part of it if you've not come here before. So let's go inside now.
Perched on the rocky fringes of the beach in Elmina town, 12 kilometers from Cape Coast, the castle was originally built in 1482 as a trading post. Local history says the quest for more gold and ivory, as well as the spread of Christianity, inspired Don Diego da Zambuja, a Portuguese explorer, to lead more than 200 soldiers and masons to build the castle. It was then christened St. George's Castle. Here, the Portuguese felt safe from any external or local aggression. Then, as the old years peeled away to reveal a newer one, the lure of gold paled away into insignificance, while the
And there was Masons involved, by the way. Let's continue.
The prospect of capturing stronger Africans to work the fields in the Americas became more exhilarating. Along with this prospect were bigger profits. Gradually, St. George's Castle metamorphosed into Elmina Castle, shedding its old name and innocence.
But what I'm driving at is all of these different cases are long before 1619, and there's an African under.
Y'all ain't from the Americas, man. Stop it. Stop it. You fucking dumbasses, bro. This man's telling you. Let's go.
Understanding that a person is not dead until they're forgotten. So what we do when we start at 1619 is we erase effectively the entire memory of over 500,000 African people who were enslaved before that, just on the basis of this fraud. They call it Jamestown to Jamestown.
You see that shit? That's why you get erased from fucking heritage, because like, you know, like they take away a lot of stuff. But a lot of you guys have no fucking idea of what it takes to be patient. Scripture's talking about be patient with your heritage. It'll come to you if you keep practicing the milk. Because the milk is the one that feeds you. But you guys don't know about that shit because this is not your book. Well, let's continue.
African people who were enslaved before that, just on the basis of this fraud. They call it Jamestown to Jamestown. Now, first off, the point of disembarkation wasn't Jamestown. It was a place called Point Comfort, you understand, which is about 53 miles away from where Jamestown is. And you get to it long before you get to Jamestown if you're traveling, you know, up the river. That's one. So that's not the point of disembarkation, but also the point of embarkation was not Jamestown here either. It was actually what used to be the kingdom of Queen Nzinga, you know, our great ancestor. So they were taken.
Hey, you see how you ignore the history on the Spanish part? You guys were first in Florida, man. You guys were first in Florida. In 1492. From 1492, you guys have never stopped coming. Stop lying. Even in truth, you still lie. Even in truth, you still lie. You know, what I find ironic, family, is how we're showing this stuff, right? And nobody's saying anything. No. All right, let's go.
From this. So, you know, I think that it's a good initiative, but I don't think it has to be based on this fraud of 400 years.
Agreed. This 400 years, 1619, prophecy hype is a fallacy. Many things in this so-called awakening are highly suspect. For example, dates always changing, yet revised and marketed to suit a narrative.
400 years of slavery. That's what I'm talking about, man. Y'all need to stop it. You know, what I find ironic, family.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
How we're showing this stuff, right? And nobody's saying anything. No. All right, let's go.
From this. So, you know, I think that it's a good initiative, but I don't think it has to be based on this fraud of 400 years.
Agreed. This 400 years.
That needs to be stopped right there, right there. Look at that. 2000, you guys said, 2000. BHI, GMS, NISUPK, IUIC. Yes, I'm including them because his leader was part of that group. They all taught that the end of the world was in 2000. And then when it didn't happen, they went to 2009. And then when it didn't happen, they went to 2012. Not all of them. 2012 and 2019, and I think 2009 was more of the, you know, FBA bullshit. But in 2000, every single BHI, every single Negro that believed that, you know, the end of the world was going to be right there. Because, you know, Hispanics, as a matter of fact, remember this, family. Prior to 2000, they weren't teaching you Hispanics that you guys were Hebrews. They're like, you guys are white people. You're going to die with them. And then when nobody died, they're like, oh shit, we need to include you motherfuckers. You silly fucking bastards. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't mind. I don't mind the fact that I know you. You silly doves. You guys are the silly doves. Let me tell you something, family. We are the Judites. We are the Hebrews. Do you understand what that means? The Meshiacha is the Judites. Don't let these Negroes make you believe that they're the fucking Judites. These guys ain't Judites. They're fucking Canaanites. They're nasty Canaanites that just hate on everything that you have about you. When did they, well, I'll give you an example. When did they wear fringes? When did they eat grasshoppers? Huh? We just went through the scriptures right now. It says right here that supposedly that the real Judites would not know they're foreigners. That we wouldn't even speak the language. We wouldn't know nothing about them. Nah, man. Y'all need to wake the fuck up, bro. You Mexicans are the Judites. And you better tell these Negroes to slow your ass down. How come you guys are the best fighters in the world? And there's always Morenos that want to measure up to you. That's Canaan. It's in their spirit. They always want to measure up to fucking competition because it's like in their spirit because they're flesh. That's what they are. Tell me any different.
Years, 1619, prophecy hype is a fallacy. Many things in this so-called awakening are highly suspect. For example, dates always changing, yet revised and marketed to suit a narrative.
For 400 years after slave ships made their first journey from Africa to the American.
Really? 400 years? Black folks and white folks came together, man. Y'all enslaved our native people. But you know what? Let them ride. Let's see what happens.
Colonies. Our next guests are putting a spotlight on the consequences that still resonate to this very day, and we're celebrating the unsung contributions of Black Americans and talking about ways to correct a really shameful history. Please welcome the creator of the New York Times Magazine's 1619 Project, Nicole Hannah-Jones, and
Fucking Negro. Well, first of all, she ain't even black, man. She's a fucking white woman. When the fuck does it matter? Okay, so when can we decide, or at least, look, I have a book that says that natives have so much effort to, how does it work? He says that, you know, you can go to a black, so-called 8%er, and they're automatically black. But if you want to ask a native to prove their bloodline, they have to go through extremisms. But all it takes is, like, I guess, a little afro, and then you black? Shut up.
Said today, I will agree with you that the year of return is a fraud.
Year of return is a fraud. I'm going to show you this. This is from a book called Black Societies in Spanish Florida. Introduction. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Let's see. Over slavery during the period exhibiting features, slaves engaged, blah, blah, blah. Economic manumission. Where is it at? Is it this one? Give me a second. It says when in 1821, Spain finally turned over Florida to the officials of the United States territorial government, it did not abandon its black citizens, as Louisiana cession treaties required the incoming government to respect the legal status and property of free blacks. Some free blacks who had acquired property and invested years of hard work in improving it decided to stay in Florida and risk trusting the newcomers to honor their treaty promise. But most of the free black communities, like their predecessors in 1763, joined a mass exodus to Cuba. Others fought on with the Seminoles and shared their fate. Let's see here. Where is it at?
Basically saying some people of color stayed behind and some people of color, like, you know what I mean? They didn't fight against them. That means black people. Black people were in Florida living, okay? Free. And then when the U.S., the white folks, you know what I'm saying, the Anglos, said, we're going to take that land, y'all niggas had a choice to get out of there. And you said, I'll stay there. Maybe I'll go to Cuba. Sorry to say the word, but you know what I mean? It just came out. Let's continue.
Expanded, affected, volume free. I was hoping I could find it. But I guess this isn't it. I guess this isn't it. There was a book where there was a page where I was seeing how, you know, even though we were trying to help them, eventually they would just side with the Spaniards. Let's continue.
In the 2019 year of return is a sign. It's an end sign for the nations. And it just so happens that right around 2019, the Panafest and all these black people going to Ghana visiting, and it created all this money flowing into Ghana.
Bruh. And I had a vision, and the angel Gabriel came to bring the word of God, and the year of the Exodus would be 1967. Bruh.
So first he's talking about a 2,000-year-old Ethiopian prophecy that can be related to any goddamn body. Now he's saying that this prophecy is actually about us current day Americans because he ties it to the civil rights movement, which was a Freemasonic movement. Please do your research. Please. Goodness sake.
God is going to send his decree.
Understand that shit? Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back.
How, look, you know, even though we were
Fest and all these black people going.
They said they were gonna. Okay, whatever. Let's go.
Ghana visiting, and it created all this money flowing into Ghana.
Bruh. And I had a vision, and the angel Gabriel came to bring the word of God, and the year of the Exodus would be 1967. Bruh.
So first he's talking about a 2,000-year-old Ethiopian prophecy that can be related to any goddamn body. Now he's saying that this prophecy is actually about us current day Americans because he ties it to the civil rights movement, which was a Freemasonic movement. Please do your research. Please. Goodness sake.
God is going to send his decree in these last days, and that is to totally annihilate America. America will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000.
IUIC, GMS, ISUPK came out of that. Sakari too. You know the peggers. You know the ones that like to get pegged in the ass and shit. Sakari. They came out of that too. Matter of fact, I had called them fools out 2.5 years ago. I said they're going to be the first fucking camp they're going to fall. But nah, I guess you guys don't believe it. Hey, listen, man. Listen. Look, listen. Let's continue.
By the year 2000. Yet Deuteronomy 18:22 said, when a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken.
But they don't care. See, these fake ass Hebrews don't fucking care. They want something that sounds good in their ear. You guys are not Hebrews. You follow these bastards for a long time. You didn't know this about them, did you? They were preaching this whole fucking concept about like, oh, the end of the world in 2000. The end of the world in 2000. That was ISUPK, IUIC, GMS, and Sakari. They all come from that. And you guys are still believing this shit? You stupid. Baboso's way.
These prophets, even that prophet, verse 20, shall die.
Bruh.
Said today, I will agree with you that the year of return is a fraud. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about African Americans repatriating back home. They don't have visa free. Mm-hmm. They have to pay for visa. If you really want them to come back home, you don't think they have to get visa free if it's really the year of return? You don't think so?
I had tears going to sleep, and I woke up this morning telling my husband about it, and I said, everyone needs to learn.
She's been saying, we got to go to Ghana.
I know. Ghana's beautiful. From the video I watched. Why did you want to do that? And what was the New York Times reaction?
Hey, shut up. Shut the fuck up. This woman thinks she's black. No, y'all need to stop doing that shit. This woman ain't fucking black, bro. I mean, when the fuck is the level of understanding what so-called Africans look like? I mean, you guys put black women to be like Hispanics. And as soon as they put a little tape on their forehead, all of a sudden now they're fucking black. Y'all are tripping.
Reaction when you said, not just a page, I want the entire magazine to be this.
Every black person living should go to Ghana and see them slave castles so you can see what they did to us. You got to see what they did to us.
And today,
What do you want? What do you want us to see? What they did to you? You were enslaving white people. You were fucking ramming them in the butt too. White people were getting enslaved just like black people, and you guys were fucking each other left and right. Sorry to be so blunt, but it's time for you guys to understand who you guys are.
let's start.
Hey, you so-called Hispanics, it's okay for you to see them say that. But yet when I tell you that you got to see what they did to us, you MFs run.
Remember that Edom and Canaan mixed real quick with each other. They love that Sodom stuff. You know what I mean? Like that feeling in the butthole.
Illuminati 2 by Henry Mako supposedly shows that Aaron Calvin.
Seriously, family. Canaan and Edom love that feeling. I'm just saying. I mean, it says it in themselves, Sodom, and then Greeks. The fuck, man? I ain't lying. That's who they are. Hey, listen, don't be mad at who you are. Be you.
This Tentagram Canaanite God. Damn. I got to see that one. Let's go.
Talking about slavery and the necessity and need for slavery in the starting and perpetuating the free enterprise in America. Yes.
Don't you think what you just said was a little bit out of line? Just flat out racist to some people in this room?
Could rhetoric offend you or anyone else here today?
Everybody who could afford one had a slave, including people of color.
Black people had slaves for a long time. Y'all didn't know that shit? Here, let's do it again, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I forgot. Here, I'll show you like right now. I'll show you real quick. Hold on a second. Oh, did I forget that shit or what the fuck? Matter of fact, while you go play that shit, I'm gonna look for it.
The way people talk about slavery these days, you'd think it was a uniquely American thing that we invented in 1619. The word slave comes from Slav, because so many Slavic people were enslaved, and they're as white as the Hallmark Channel. Who do you think gathered the slaves from the interior of Africa to sell to slave traders?
She's continuing her 3-day visit here to the country. Kamala Harris has been calling on.
Hey, you know what? This is what sucks about black people. Seriously. That orange woman. By the way, she ain't black. She's a white woman. She's fucking white. She just has little nap in her hair. Let me show you something real quick about this whole fucking Africa gives to America. Why do you guys deny this shit? All the time. Give me a sec. There he goes right here. Look at this right here. I'm going to show you something right here. I'm going to show you something. You guys forget. Check this out. Popular history starts that the Negro in the United States in 1619, right? In 1919, there was a treachery observance of the Jamestown. But this date based on, but this date based on the letter Jones wrote to Sir Irwin Sandys in 107 years too late. Negroes first came with the Spaniards. See this? Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. Do you understand what this says? Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the first founders of the United States. Stop lying to our people. You guys are together. Stop bullshitting us. That's why when we see in the street and you say, oh, well, you know, Hispanics don't want to get along with black people and Hispanics don't want to get along with white people. What the fuck do you think that means? Because we notice that you white people and black people, and y'all get along really well. You get mad at each other, but you get along really well with each other.
World leaders to work together to make the world a safer place. She's also been touching on the future of Africa, which she says is the place that the Biden administration intends to invest in. Here's a wrap of events that unfolded at the Independence Arch today.
The empowerment of women, digital inclusion, and good governance and democracy, all of which are a focus of my visit to the continent and going forward. And
Hey, while this woman was deporting our people like at a massive amount, see, you black folks start like, well, she's supporting you. No, she ain't supporting us. She's supporting our people. And by the way, she had no plan, you fucking dumbasses. That's why she didn't win. She sounded stupider than fucking Donald Trump. She could have done some good shit. Had some fucking legitimate stuff to say. But you want to know something? They wanted to be blackity black. They wanted to favor black folks because they thought that black folks would win the vote. And they're like, we're going to play music about black people, and we're going to go do this, and we're going to do that. And, bro, y'all fucked up. You don't even understand politics on your own level. We don't even deal with politics, and we understand politics better than you. Like, what are you saying? Don't do that. Why are you going to do that shit? Because you're going to detract people from what you're pushing. And you did not care. It was all about blackity black. You didn't invite nobody else. It was all about black people. That's why you lost. I'm just saying, man. I watch the shit the way it is. Let's continue.
all of which have the potential to create even more innovation. Innovation that will unlock new jobs, new industries, and exponential growth. So let us agree. Women around the world must be able to fully participate in economic, political, and social life.
Jonathan, for you, you were of course, elated when the Vice President of the United States spoke about the African diaspora and the need to harness that effort in rebuilding emerging countries such as Ghana. You're a Ghanaian. You, of course, live in the United States of America. But how is all of this playing out for you personally?
Well, I think her visit is very, very important to all Ghanaians. You know, for me, I left Ghana when I was 5 years old, lived in the U.S. for over 45 years, and made a conscious decision to come back to Ghana. And I'll have to be honest, the reason I made that decision was because of all of the people that were coming to Ghana, all the noise around Ghana, all the development and everything that was going on in Ghana at the time, which was 10 years ago. And now it's currently even more profound. You know, you have stars and movie stars and athletes and all type of people coming to Ghana. The government has started the year of return, and now moving further to the beyond the year of return. I am part of an organization called Omega Psi Phi Fraternity. It's an organization of fraternities and sororities of African American men all throughout the U.S. and all over the world. You know, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is a member of fraternity. He pledged when he was at Lincoln University, when he was in the U.S. And so they're 100-year-old fraternities and sororities, and every one of them has a chapter here in Ghana. And so
They don't include us, sis. That's what the way it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to show. That Freemasonry is not about a black. It's not about a like indigenous. It's a black and white thing. These motherfuckers been around for quite some time, trying to act like they're like, oh my god, shit is so bad. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. We can prove it today. Now.
They're 100-year-old fraternities and sororities, and every one of them has a chapter here in Ghana. And so it's just so much.
Look at that. Look at that. So you telling me that like white folks have always oppressed them and shit? Shut the fuck up, man. Y'all are Canaan. Enjoy it. You guys are Canaanites. Enjoy it. Take it. Enjoy it. But now you run into Joshua. So I'm going to destroy you. Let's continue.
Going on in Ghana. There's so much opportunity. People are coming back, and we want them to be able to come back. We want them to have an environment that's going to be conducive for them to be able to do business, to be able to raise their family, so forth and so on. So I think that Kamala coming here is, you know, it's a big deal. It's an opportunity for the diaspora to see that, you know, Ghana is growing and that the U.S. is committed into making sure that people have an opportunity to do business here.
The Year of Return campaign was launched by President Nana Akufo-Addo in Washington, D.C. in September 2018. So far, a number of high-profile visitors have come to Ghana, including members of the Congressional Black Caucus last month. Ghana hopes to attract 500,000 people for the Year of Return.
We have pastors in church who are Freemasons, pastors in church who are Illuminatis. There are many men of God in quotes. There are many of them. I have the list. I'm going to provide you the list. Those who have gone to Ghana, those who have gone to Nigeria, those who have gone to Sierra Leone, those who have gone to South Africa, Tanzania, all over. So,
yeah, how many of you guys hump each other?
To seek powers. Men of God in quotes. They sacrifice people, and there is they are given.
I say a special akwaba to our visitors from outside Ghana, and with the hope that you will always cherish fond memories of this visit in coming years. Anniversaries are occasions for celebration. It is also a time for reflection on achievements and shortfalls over the period and to determine the way forward for improved performance and aspirations. In our world of Freemasonry, 10 years of existence is but a drop in the ocean compared to the tricentennial, bicentennial, and centennial of the existence of our mother grand lodges and daughter and subordinate lodges. In our own Grand Lodge, all the subordinate lodges except one are older than the Grand Lodge. We are therefore a babe in arms. The advantage of our situation is that we have older lodges and Grand Lodges to look up to for guidance and direction, to adapt to our special cultural, political, and spiritual situation while retaining the basic and universally accepted underpinning characteristics of the craft. As we are all aware, it is 20 years since I was enthroned on the golden stool as the Asantehene. I'm therefore also going through the same process of reviewing the state of the Asante Kingdom. Much as I expect and hope that there have been great development strides in improved conditions of the state, there is also the imperative need to maintain those traditions that define the kingdom to us and to ensure that the state and its structures remain truly relevant to all players and participants in the coming years. This is equally true and applicable in our Grand Lodge.
Look at our traditional leaders and the slave trade. We blame the whites for the slave trade we went through. We blame the whites that they offended us. They took us as slaves. But let's wait for a minute. Who sold the black man to the whites? Who sold the black man to the whites? Our own traditional leaders. The enemy is not outside. The enemy is within. If we
You Hispanics already should know that. You should all know that now. But some of these people from other nations don't know that. I guess they're going to have to find the hard way.
We are asking the Europeans to pacify us and also to apologize to us. Our traditional leaders must be the first to apologize on behalf of their ancestors for the evil they have done against their fellow blacks. Look at our attitude towards the environment and the destruction of our water bodies. All our river bodies have turned into dark brown. And you know what they said? In the next 20 years, if we don't stop this illegal mining, Ghana, we will import water to drink.
Now, with us tonight, Alan van der Vyver is here, is the Assistant Grand Master. Nice to meet you, Alan.
And you, Rion. Thanks for the time.
And then David Duncan is the Grand Master of the Freemasons in South Africa. Very nice to meet you, David.
Thank you, Rion, and nice to meet you too. Thank you for the opportunity.
How do we address you? How do Freemasons address you in general?
If we were in a formal situation, it would be most worshipful. But as we're not in a formal situation, David's fine.
Okay. Most worshipful?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Now, how does one get to be the Grand Master of the Freemasons?
Essentially by election. What happened?
Let me read this to you from the Black Society in Spanish Florida. This is Americans and Africans in Spain. The patterns of Africa in the society in the Spanish Americas, including enslavement, manumission, miscegenation, congregation, limited political autonomy, and religious incorporation, all had their institutional and customary origins in medieval Castile, but underwent modification in the Caribbean. Africans entered Spain with the Muslims from 1711 to 1492 and began to be a noticeable presence in the population of southern Spain from at least the 13th century onward. During this time, Christian King Sanchez Ferdinand, king of the three religions, Alfonso X, the learned of Castile, learned over multicultural and polyglot kingdoms composed of Christian, Muslims, and Jewish subjects. Castile's Christian monarchs required a large population of Muslims and Jews to choose to become subjects and remain in their ancient homeland, to swear loyalty to the crown and pay tribute, but otherwise permitted them to practice their own religion, to retain their laws and customs so that they keep their property. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Then it says, In the 13th century, Alfonso X codified Castilian slave codes in the Siete Partidas. The body of law, which was later transplanted to the Americas, acknowledged a slave moral personality and defined the slave rights and obligations. Spanish slavery was not exclusively based on race, and Africans joined slaves of other races and ethnicities who had been captured in just wars, had been deemed or had been sold into slavery. Castilian law required slavery in an unnatural condition and, therefore, provided many avenues out of bondage. The Siete Partidas established mechanisms by which a slave might escape an abusive owner or earn freedom from meritorious services to the state. It says, thus, the lenient attitude towards manumission created a free black class in Spain, which filled accepted economic and social and even at the lowest level political roles. Just as all slaves in Spain were not Africans, not all Africans were slaves. Some African entered Spain and as free persons on the trade or diplomatic missions. Many others arrived as slaves via the trans-Saharan trade or later via the Atlantic trade, but became free. By the 15th, 16th century, free enslaved Africans formed sizable populations in southern cities such as Seville, where they worked as stevedores, or in the city's public granary, slaughterhouses, gardens, and soap factories. They transported goods and people throughout the city, performed many other menial but essential services. Although excluded from Spanish guilds, Africans worked as artisans and petty merchants in the commercial district and in domestic servants as Spanish households. One scholar compared early modern Seville to a chessboard, right? Black and white, which equaled number of blacks and white pieces. In the multiracial and multi-ethnic city, miscegenation, meaning mixing of nations, and common law union between Spaniards and Africans were common, and the lower classes entered into the mixed race marriage. Many enslaved Africans lived independently from their owners, and much as Moriscos, subject Muslims, conversos, converted Jews, and Gypsy did, they and the free Africans of Seville congregated together in ethnic enclaves such as the San Bernardo, San Roque, and San Idelfo, while many Africans, vecinos, registered citizens of the lower class lived decent lives. Their less fortunate fellows blended into the poor workings and unemployed underclass known as the gente del mal vivir, becoming beggars, thieves, day laborers, street vendors, potters, prostitutes, and boatmen. And if you think about how they did to our people, that's probably what they're talking about. Dark people. I'm just going to read this and that's it. In an attempt to better regulate the city, officials began to appoint free blacks as mayorales, stewards, for black barrios. The black mayorales attributed disputes and defended their charge in courts, even against their masters. As Seville population grew over more numerous, Isabel and Ferdinand named a royal servant. Let me see this real quick. I think this is about all I need to read. It shows, family, that there were Africans in Spain way before. Look at this. Africans in the era of exploration. The career of one West African is illustrative of the African experience in the era of exploration. Juan Garrido arrived in Seville via Lisbon around 1496 and sometime later signed for a voyage on Hispaniola in the New World. Garrido encountered other free blacks such as Juan Gonzalez, Ponce de Leon, an interpreter of Taino language, whose surname was adopted from the Spanish patrons to island. Two African adventurers no doubt took part in the pacification campaigns against the native population. Spaniards and Africans were pacifying our people, meaning killing us. I'm going to show you something right here. I'm seeing. Right? Bro. Talking on. If I can get this. Trying to find a specific scene. And I don't know why it does that. not pulling it up. And it's probably because the system knows I'm finding them. This movie, Antebellum, you guys got to see it. Okay? There's a scene where you could see her talking to a white woman on a laptop. And I guess she's interviewing for like a book or something. And in this particular scene, you see how these two women, and you know, when they talk about nations, they talk about females. That, nations are like females, right? But remember the word antebellum. Let me show you something. See, in antebellum, period, black folks had it good. And they would talk to white people like this.
Enjoy your dinner.
No. Sorry, I think what my friend is trying to say is that...
Actually, babe, I got it. This table is 100% not acceptable, and I think that you know that, don't you? Becky. Listen, I'm actually not going to go back and forth with you about exactly why this table is unacceptable. You're going to seat us over there. Thank you so much, Rebecca. You're doing great. Yo, get your sis. They're called Cassidy.
No, this is good.
Well, then you're welcome.
The Caucasity, right? You guys got to watch that movie, man. It's a beginning scene. Let's go.
We're talking about numbers-wise, Freemasons.
Well, across the whole of South Africa, there's probably about between 6,000 and 7,000 members, but they're split into 4 different constitutions, 3 of which are run from the British Isles, and the Grand Lodge of South Africa is the local one.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start. Just jump into these questions because there's a lot of ignorance about your society. Shall we call it?
A lot of ignorance about their society, black and white. Let's read this again. Page 11 of the Black Society in Spanish Florida. It says, once the Indian Wars in Hispaniola wand and settlements was well underway in the island, it became the base from which Spaniards launched new conquests, claiming Puerto Rico in 1508, Jamaica in 1509, Cuba in 1511, and Florida in 1513. Now listen to this. Africans took part in all of these expeditions. Juan Garrido and Juan Gonzalez joined Juan Ponce de Leon expedition to explore and conquer Puerto Rico. San Juan de Borinquin, and both men settled there briefly to become gold miners. Other free persons of African descent, such as free mulatto Francisco Mejias, an Indian collector and overseer of the Hacienda del Tao in Puerto Rico, shout out, helped establish that island's earliest ranches. Mejias was said to have been killed by Caribbean Indians while defending the Indian cacica female ruler because she was black, Luisa, an ally of the Spaniards. A lot of these blacks or Spaniards would conveniently call themselves caciques. As at this death, he had 212 pesos for gold, although his annual ranch salary was only 50 pesos. So Mejias too had been involved in gold mining. These are Africans. Although Queen Isabella had forbidden the enslavement of her new Indian subjects, the alleged ferocity of the Caribs and their reputed cannibalism led her to authorize just wars, which they were lied to. They claimed that we were doing cannibalism. Just war against them, and by extension, other hostile groups. Indians who rejected Christianity or Spain dominion might henceforth be legally enslaved. Spaniards swept to the Caribbean islands and then the Milton coast in search of captives to sell into slavery. Spaniards who were being held by Africans. Spaniards were swept through the Caribbean islands and then the mainland coast in search of captives to sell into slavery, meaning natives. Black and white people were going around enslaving our people. From Puerto Rico, Ponce de Leon led slave raids against the Caribs in the islands of Santa Cruz, Guadalupe, and then Dominica. And the Africans, Juan Garrido and Juan González Ponce de Leon, were among the raiders. They accompanied Ponce de Leon on his voyage to Florida in 1513 and 1521, where the hostile reception by the Indians suggested the Caribbean-based slavers had already preceded them. Last paragraph. After Ponce de Leon's death, Garrido enlisted his with Hernan Cortez and participated in the bloody battle to conquer the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan. Garrido's reward were land and paid positions, Negro, including doorman of Mexican City Cabildo and caretaker of one of the city's aqueducts. He also took up gold minings, as he had in Puerto Rico. Several codices depict Garrido as the site of a new patron, Cortez, who joined on one final adventure in the search of black Amazons in what came to be California, I'm sorry. Garrido never became wealthy. In fact, few of its conquerors did, but he did live a free, proprietor, and respectful life in America, where he raised a free family and made his mark on history. The other side.
The society?
Yes, very much a society.
Someone said Nelson Mandela was a
There
free.
you go, sis. That's the link I wanted to. You sent me, but they were going to show it, so I just didn't show it. Okay, it's showing the link between Queen Isabella and her great relationship with Africa. The Confederates, they came from the eastern wind. All these nations, them and in between, came from the eastern wind. Stop claiming you guys are Hebrews. I don't know if he thinks he is, but you're basically not Hebrews helping us. It's okay.
Freemason, is that true?
Nelson Mandela was initiated into an order of chivalry, and I think Alan's got more information on that one.
Alan?
Yes, Nelson Mandela, after being released, was the Order of St. John was conferred on in the United States.
There are presently 5 of these in the Durban and Johannesburg areas.
The major churches are under what is called the tax exempt law. Now what's that law? See something 50136. C6. 501c3, ain't it? Says 501c3, which is the tax exempt. All your
Don't forget that they want you to be under that subjugation. That doesn't mean that you have to be. This is not our world. This is this Negro white world. Bro, y'all need to fucking wake up.
Your black churches and your black colleges, all started by the Freedmen's Bureau, you see, at the same time, to give you a false sense of you gotta get, I want to die and I want to see the Lord and all this kind of thing here, and everybody, and we shall overcome. To give you this foolishness because they can control how far you go with what religion that they done messed up of yours and gave back to you, and what education they gave back to you, and you done had 140 years of both the black church and black colleges, and yes, you in the worst shape. You see what I'm saying? Now the key to that is because them being under the tax exempt law, the major churches, your AME churches, and your United Methodists, which would be your two big black churches, they can.
So they want to get ahead of time based on structure of like the white man's religion. They ain't no different.
Not open the door, not unless you see an American flag with a gold strip down the side. That American flag and the gold strip down the side is the Illuminati flag, which means that these churches are owned, operated, and controlled.
Hear me. We got more preachers in the...
It's not that. They're controlled by them. These black people are like fucking Illuminati motherfuckers. Y'all are nasty Illuminati motherfuckers.
pulpit that have
not have you guys around us no more. Whenever I see you black people, I'm gonna have to fucking get away from you.
pledged their allegiance to Omega Psi Phi, to Alpha Kappa Alpha.
Look at this crazy shit, bro. They you know what I'm saying?
They can step.
They can step. You nutcases. Fuck out of here. I don't believe in you guys no more. Bro, listen, look at this.
Spiritual. They got all the moves. Can't cast out a devil.
See that? Oh, entertain somebody.
How you got a brand on your back and you can't worship God? These the same folks that be stepping the moment God come in the building.
Oh, you want a young Negro to like be bouncing around and shit? Oh, I gotta do it again, fam. I gotta do it again, bro. Yeah, man, I gotta do it again. I am so. Come on, man. If you're that strong, bro, gotta do it again. You know what I'm gonna do, fam? Treat me like a motherfucker.
Your engine is not revving up. You know what you need? You need a Holy Ghost.
Step and go. You look at Islam, they got spiritual leaders. You look at Buddhism, they got spiritual leaders. And then you look at Christianity, we got celebrities. There's going to be a change in leadership. You will no longer be led by carnal leaders. You will no longer be led by fleshly leaders. God is raising up spiritual, I don't care, spiritual leaders.
You mean niggas? You mean niggas like you? Is that what it means? Shut your black ass up, bro. I ain't listening to you no more. Shut your ass up. Nasty motherfuckers. I'm so glad it's the perfect time.